me coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Good morning. How is everybody doing? Let me know if you can hear me okay in the chat. I don't have anybody up here with me this morning to let me know if we're all good. Good morning, Dolphin. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a great weekend. All the things. It's rainy here today. It's thundering off in the distance, but it's just slight rainy here. What are you going to do? It was supposed to rain yesterday and never did, thank goodness. We had things to do, so. Welcome in, Forrest and Dolphin, Sirius Black. Always good to see you guys in here. And where did you go? TRPP was in here, True Talk. Like they were the first ones in this morning. So thank you for those of you who joined us last night. We had a pretty good turnout after all. A little over half our members came in and viewed the Members Only Live that we did last night. It's not, the topic and everything that we discussed. It was a great Members Live, and I hope you guys enjoyed it and got some takeaways. We'll be putting together more stuff in the future coming up. So you need to get out of bed, Dolphin. It took me a minute this morning. I was liking it because I don't never sleep in. But I did this morning. Got up real early, but I made myself go right back to sleep. I was like, I'm not doing this. So I fell back asleep, and then I didn't get up until for me it was 7:30, almost 8, and I was like, wow, I actually slept in a little bit. It felt good. Kids weren't here again last night, but I slept. But the time before they left for the night like that, I didn't sleep, and I wondered if it was because they were gone. But last night I was like, I don't even care. I'm going to bed. Thank you, Forrest. For everybody, please hit that like button. We do appreciate it. It helps us get out there in the algorithm. While we're waiting on everybody to get up and get their coffee, their tea, whatever their vice may be, I'm going to play a little Vinnie Politan Court TV update. So I've been, like I said, guys, I've been following the train wreck that is the Karen Reed trial, on social media. Different news updates and things of that nature. I've caught up pieces of hearings here and there, trying to get into the case. But it appears that one of her former jurors from the first trial has joined the defense team for the upcoming trial. In what capacity, right? It appears they're going to help do a lot of the legwork with the jury stuff, so we're going to take a look and see what this is about. I think he's got a update in here on, what's that Mangione guy? The way he says his name just blows me away. We're going to skip through that because that's something I don't care about. If y'all want to watch his stuff, go look it up. And I think he's got some Brian Koberger stuff in this piece as well, but I'm more interested in what they got going on with the Karen Reed update. So I'll pull that up and get that playing while we're waiting and saying all of our good mornings. Okay. This was just a couple days ago. Let's see. When was this? 2 days ago. Okay. Court TV be dropping shit all day long, and it's hard to keep up sometimes with what you want to watch. Okay. I'll let this play for a minute. Let me speed you up just a tad, Vinny. We ain't got time today. All right. Here we go, guys.
Well, guess what? She's a lawyer, and she has joined Karen Reed's defense team. Just to prove it for you, I'm going to put this up. This is on the docket. This is an attorney appearance. On this date, Victoria B. George, Esquire, added for defendant Karen Reed and certificate of service. Now, take a look at this. This goes back to March 2nd from WBZ News. That is when Victoria George, who is an attorney herself, and was an alternate juror in Reed's first trial, sent the following to WBZ TV. I was a fair-minded juror who left this trial questioning the integrity of the system long before the defense filed a motion to dismiss with allegations of jury tampering. It is the Reed case itself and the fact that it is still being brought that has left many in Massachusetts wary, distrustful, and scared of our system. As a lawyer, this reality saddens me even more because I remember how much faith I had in our system as an optimistic law student. Mr. Brennan made an impassioned argument today regarding his alleged concern that some might be questioning the fabric of our entire judicial system. If he truly would like to address that problem, I have a few suggestions, she added. Perhaps the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office should be more focused on remedying the systematic issues plaguing it and affiliated police departments rather than continuing to spend millions of taxpayer dollars prosecuting a case with so many evidentiary issues that it calls into question whether they are even following their ethical obligations as prosecutors. The Commonwealth has a duty to protect the rights of defendants, and I, for one, would love to see them do so. Well, she'll have an opportunity to do that now as a member of Karen Reed's defense team. You heard this right. She was a juror. Now she's defending the woman that she sat in judgment of. Let's bring in our think tank tonight, joining us live in studio. Criminal defense attorney, entertainment attorney, former assistant DA in Atlanta, Daryl Cohen is with us. Also joining us, attorney and law professor Meg Strickler, fancy, and criminal defense investigator, he's the best, Charles Middlestat. Okay, has anyone ever seen this before?
Never before and never again. I am literally shocked. If you could reach into my bag of tricks, never would this come out. Just can't happen, but it's happening.
Now, the response from a lot of people, they were asking me today, is there something, are they allowed to do that? And I was thinking, like, why wouldn't they, right? There's no reason why you can't. You were a juror. You're no longer a juror. You're a lawyer. She's on trial. She's licensed to practice in Massachusetts.
It's like with your analogy with the box of chocolates. When you get some of those boxes of chocolates, there really are a large amount of different things. And here we are with a lot of years of practicing. Neither one of us have ever seen something like this. This is crazy. But if she's going to do any of the crosses and the directs, she needs to make sure she doesn't accidentally slip who she is. Because I think there would be an issue if she did that in her questioning.
You know, I think about the experience that she had as a juror. I mean, she's going to know this evidence inside and out. But, Charles, the other thing is, even though she didn't deliberate, I think she can provide a lot of insight.
I think that's a real value. I doubt she crosses anybody. I mean, you literally can't put a price on this woman's participation. I've been involved in some, very well-funded cases where we have spent money on focus groups and on doing mock, trials, and in those settings, you may do that in a matter of a few hours, where you're just presenting the best case scenario for the defense and a likely prosecution argument. You have a woman who literally sat through the entire trial with live jurors. She saw how every piece of evidence, every bit of testimony, all the physical evidence, all the scientific evidence impacted the jurors, how they talked about it, how they were impacted by it. That's her value. I mean, you're talking about this is a coup like we've never seen before for the defense. The value is
I never even
absolutely
thought of this scenario, right? This is like a great movie script.
It really is.
At some point, like they've had movies about rogue jurors who go out and investigate and stuff, but this is like next level. This is a juror who comes back and says, I'm going to defend that woman. Now, from my perspective, this is a not guilty juror if she had deliberated, number one. But number two, she's a lawyer. If she had been a deliberating juror, we wouldn't have had that mess afterwards, where the jury didn't know they could return a partial verdict.
She may not have known that. What if she's a transactional lawyer? Only trial lawyers know all the ins and outs of how a trial works. Think about that. There are a lot of lawyers who don't do the trial work. So she may not have known that nuance. And perhaps she practices in multiple states. There could be all kinds of...
No, she's young. I think she's Massachusetts. She went to Northeastern Law School, great law school in Massachusetts. So one of the deliberating jurors spoke to me on this program. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We all raised our hands in terms of a vote. And we voted on that first count that we all agreed not guilty. Unfortunately, at that time, we did not fill out any of the paperwork there, nor sign it. So we were under the understanding that each charge could not be treated separately. And so we continued to deliberate, despite the fact that we had agreed on 2 of the counts as not guilty.
To me, what's really interesting, every lawyer I've ever spoken to who has served in a jury, and I don't know if any of you have, the jurors look to you, so you're almost like their leader. And I wonder if she had been in there and she's a not guilty, we might have had a completely different scenario. We may have had a verdict on all 3, and it may have been not guilty on all 3. So Daryl, from your perspective, like how much do you think Alan Jackson leans on her just for the insight part of all of this?
Well, I agree with Charles. I think he's going to lean on her to say to her and ask her what happened in that jury room. What happened? How did everybody react during the trial? What was it that the state did right, or the Commonwealth? What is it they did wrong? What did we as defense lawyers do right? What did we do wrong? And let's make
Dizzy, what do you mean? Are you watching the right channel? Because I'm talking about Karen Reed. I don't know. Is that what you mean? We're giving an update while we're waiting on everybody to get up and grab their coffee, their tea, or whatever their vice may be. That's my new slogan. If I can remember it tomorrow, I'll be doing good. But we're doing a little Karen Reed update while we're, before we get started on our coverage. But yes, so apparently one of her former jurors, alternates from her first trial, is now a part of the defense team for the new trial. Oh, you thought you were lost? Where you think you were at, girlfriend? You Dizzy be bouncing around this morning. I see you. Thank you for coming in. Oh, hell no. Stop it.
Make sure we do it right. But the other thing is, and Meg sort of brought this up, does she have a criminal law background? That makes a big difference, honestly. And they'll lean on her. But if she doesn't have a criminal law background, then there's a lot that she's going to say that's not going to be correct.
Yeah, well, I think you sit as a juror in a criminal case. I mean, that's the greatest experience you can get. But that perspective from the box, I got to do it once in a civil case, and it was eye-opening to me. Certain parts of the case and the bonds that are created, whether it's with a witness, and sometimes a witness is bad, but you still have some compassion and you feel bad for them. In our case, we had an expert who came in. He was way past his prime, didn't know what year it was. But at the end of the day, I felt bad for him, but I felt really bad for the plaintiff whose lawyers had hired this guy because he was the most important witness and he was obviously tanking. So I felt like, oh, that is really bad. But there's a level of connection because that jury box is right next to the witness stand. You're always close to the parties. That to me, that was the part I never understood. And I wonder what adjustments Alan Jackson will make. Do you think that they will considerably change perhaps based upon the feedback that she gives about things that they stress? Absolutely. Because the third party culpability here is a big issue. Like, how hard do you go at people in the house? Do you keep it vague? Is it about Trooper Proctor? Is it about the people in the house that night?
Well, you have to remember, Karen Reed has to have likability. If she has likability, that jury listens and watches the evidence in one way. If they don't like her, they don't like the way her hair is, the way she's looking at them, her makeup, whatever that is.
I think there were some reactions that some of them did not like.
Exactly.
That's what this edition is going to do. Yep. You're talking about the ultimate inside ball knowledge here. And even though she may not be a defense lawyer, she's going to have, decent instincts. And I'm assuming that the actual defense lawyers will filter what she shares with the fact that, she may not have the criminal experience. But wow, if you've ever sat through mock juries and you see the reactions and what they're actually talking about versus what it is you're trying to impart, and you're like, whoa, what are you talking about? We're over here and you guys are over there, and they totally missed it. This person is going to have the ability to give them that sort of information in a way that they would have never been able to acquire.
No, and especially in Massachusetts. Now, there are states around the country, and I don't know what how it works in Georgia, but in some states, you can talk to the jurors afterwards. Yes, in Massachusetts, very strict. Like, the juror has to approach you. You cannot reach out to any juror. I've been in states where they'll invite, right after the trial, they invite the attorneys in to speak to the jury.
So we do.
Not in Massachusetts. So this is extremely unique.
I presume that's how it happened, right? She makes this statement to the...
She's got to reach out to them.
She made this statement to the television network,
to WBZ.
Right? And so they probably, in reaction to that, went, hey, we need to talk to her, right? I assume that's the...
But I don't think they could reach out. I think it's got to be the other way, where she's got to make contact, and then once you make contact, then the conversation is what it is.
She reaches out, really good for her practice, whether she's a criminal lawyer, whatever type of practice, it's free advertising, and you can't buy that.
But I will tell you that when you do jury trials, you're focusing on A, B, or C, whatever you're losing your mind over to try to convey to the jury. And then after the trial, you speak to the jury, and they're like, oh, we just didn't like how that prosecutor talked. Something like that, and you're thinking, I lost sleep for how many months to convey things, and that's what they hung their hook on. Yeah. And that's what usually happens.
So, reading her statement to WBZ, she is what I call a true believer. Like, she believes this whole thing. She comes from the same perspective as...
It's interesting that she made that statement about jurors and when they question them after a trial, why did you vote the way you did, all the things. And like she said, well, we didn't like the way that guy talked. We didn't like the way he dressed. And they're like, what are you kidding? Like, I can ignore that part if I'm a juror. Like, just give me the facts, please. I'm not going to base a decision based on, I don't like a lot of prosecutors or a lot of defense attorneys, but hey, you know what I mean? I don't like a lot of people, but I'm not rude and hateful, or not always. So you guys are ready for the second trial, right? We're going to cover it. We will, because I know that a lot of you community members are interested. Firefly has been on following it since the very beginning. Dolphin and I have been keeping up, with it, with the things, but we're not as schooled in it as Firefly is. Firefly, what's your take on this juror now? Oh, my guests are here, guys.
Hello,
Sorry.
good morning.
Let me welcome them in. Welcome in, ladies.
I'm sorry, I came in late, so I don't know what exactly she was saying. But
Okay,
she joined the defense team, so.
Yeah, well, we just started, and this is, before we head into our Coburger stuff to give everybody a chance to get up and get in, we went over this Karen Reed update. But yeah, so one of the former jurors, she was an alternate, who sat in on the entire first trial, spoke out to a news media afterwards and gave a really compelling statement. And since then, she recently just joined the defense team. But she's not a defense attorney, right? She's got a whole different practice. But like they're saying here, she gives so much insight, say, for when it's coming to jury selection.
She saw all the evidence, so she knows.
She saw everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I appreciate her input. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
well, because alternates are there for the whole thing. They can't be excluded, because what if one of the jurors gets sick, family emergency, then they got to jump in and take over, and they'd have to know the case, right? So she had privilege to everything, like you've said. So she has seen all the evidence, all the things I haven't seen. I know what's out there in the social media sphere as far as everything goes, but yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that helps or hurts the defense. There's been a lot of shadiness going down on both sides on that case. I think from what I gathered or what I saw, actually, I believe Miss Shorty's doing a pretty good coverage on the case and has got a pretty good grasp on everything. So maybe we'll have to get her over here and talk to us and give us her rundown on where things stand. Dolphin is with us. We're giving her a chance to get woke up there, guys. She's probably grabbing tea and all the things, making sure you're here, making sure our mascot's good to go. Oh, she says it's her fault for staying up super late, but that is her usual. Yes, it is. Dolphin just following Dolphin time, man. She's like me. We live in our own time. Welcome in, Leslie and Billy. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate you. I'll let this finish out, guys, and then we'll get into our Coburger coverage. I'm going to go grab a fresh coffee while this is playing. I'll be right back.
As the sea of pink that is outside the courthouse.
She went to law school in Boston, too, so she's spent 3 years there already knowing.
It's an unethical prosecution.
Yes. But she's from there in that sense. Like she's
a taxpayer. She's from there. She lived the trial. And after seeing and hearing all the evidence in the case and the arguments, she believes that Karen Reed is being railroaded. This prosecution should not happen. And now is part of the team. I mean, to me, this is an amazing twist and turn. Do we think that prosecutors will do anything about this? Object or
no?
It's
I don't know.
It's just going to give it more oxygen. It's going to give it more oxygen.
And what's your objection? I mean, I really don't think there's any legal way to prevent her to be on the team.
They tried to get the communications between Karen Reed and her attorney.
True.
So they're very aggressive.
This was vetted by the state bar, right? That's probably the very first thing that happened. This defense team went to the state bar and said, "Can we even do this?" Right? Because it almost seems pretty unprecedented.
Yes, I'm sure they went and just said, "Can we do this?" And before they filed the notice of appearance, they were like, "Can we do this?" I agree with you.
And they've done it. It's too late. As soon as the prosecution complains that it has legs that don't go away, it's a flashing light, trying to keep her off. Why are they trying to keep her off? Trying to keep her off. Oh, wait, I don't know. That's
hurts them, hurts the prosecution.
And I think what happens here now is, the buildup to this trial is starting next week with jury selection, and obviously Court TV will be covering this entire case as we did the first time around. I mean, this adds like another layer of the intensity of what's happening. Now, to me, there's two parts of this case, right? There's what happened to John O'Keefe, but there's a whole nother drama that is taking place now that is getting very personal between the two sides, the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution much more aggressive now. They hired a defense attorney to prosecute the case, someone from outside the office. Which, again, it's not a small office. Like, I think they have more than 50 attorneys in the office, but they don't have one that could try the case. They had to hire someone to come in. But he has the mindset, that defense attorney, aggressive mindset, challenging.
Are you saying we're aggressive?
Aggressive, challenging evidence, trying to keep evidence out of the case.
We're not.
Sometimes you don't want to try to keep it out. Sometimes you want to
just defend their constitutional rights.
You want to adjust it.
But in this case, prosecutors are doing that. They were making money. Don't bring in this expert. This evidence is not admissible. We want the communications between the defendant and her attorney.
They're being put on the defensive for once.
Yes, yay.
It's fascinating. But what has happened now is it's gotten much more, I mean, like this between the lawyers. So let me ask you, does either side have to be careful in the way they fight amongst each other in front of the jury?
Yes, you need to maintain professionalism. Both Daryl and I do that. We were just talking about that. You have to maintain your professional aura at all times. And if you start getting personal and start getting subjectively involved in this, you're going to reflect yourself.
Who's it more important for, the defense or the prosecution?
Yes.
I'm with him. I agree.
You agree? You agree, Charles?
Yeah, I would say so.
Look, I got them to
agree.
agree. I got them all to agree. So let's just leave it right there. Yeah. All right. Good news. Think Tank's staying with us. They'll be with us the entire hour. When we come back, we're going to talk about another big case that we are covering here on Court TV. Luigi Mangione. Apparently, he's getting a lot of things.
Mangione, the way he says it, oh my God, I can't even look at that case. I don't even know what the hell that is over there. I will just stick with Karen Reed and Brian Kohberger. I ain't doing the weirdo that off this some guy on the street. That's a whole weird situation over there.
Yeah, that's pretty shutting.
I mean, come on, right?
I mean, yeah.
No matter how you feel socially about damn insurance in America, because we all know it sucks.
That's not even relevant to me.
Exactly. Somebody was, unalived on a street corner. Let the cops handle that one. That's not exactly my kind of true crime. Dolphin says, by the way, the attorney works for a labor law firm. Thank you for that, because I wasn't clear on exactly what she did.
She graduated law school in 2020.
This is the juror. She was a lawyer.
Yeah, hang on, hold on 1 second. Dolphin, you sound a little crazy on us again, like fast speed, hun. You may have to drop out and come back. Okay. So what? Yeah. So what? I'm sorry, or Firefly. I could barely hear Dolphin. I could tell she was having a tech issue, so she'll get back up in a sec. So what were you saying?
Oh, so that juror was an attorney? Is an attorney?
Is an attorney? Yes. The former juror who now joined the defense team is an actual attorney. But like Dolphin was saying, excuse me, she is a labor law firm attorney. But she lives in the area, right? She's a citizen. She's been to law school there in Boston. So as an attorney, still that makes her have even a more of an upper leg versus just being a juror that wants to come and talk to the defense, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a former juror, interview me and I'll give you some insight. She's like, no, I'm actually an attorney. Just put me on board and I'll help y'all with the voir dire process. Because that's really what.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, right. That's really what they're going to focus on with her. It's not like she's going to be up there arguing case law and arguing the Reed case, in trial. So that is the gist. Yes, ma'am. You're a little low. Let me see if I got you turned up back here. Let me go check you out. Okay, now talk to me again. Say something sexy, Dolphin.
She went to Princeton University, 2008 to 2012.
You still sound fat.
Still breaking up. Yep.
Okay, let me reboot.
Yeah, you're still fat. Okay, thanks. Dolphin's got a mad system over there, guys, and she games and she has all kinds of settings, so there's no telling what setting she's on this morning. She'll fix it in just a sec. She's got a badass system set up.
Yeah.
Doesn't she? She'd rival any good streamer, but yet she doesn't stream. She does with me. You know what I'm saying? But Dolphin's got the setup, man. The kind we all wish we had. Anyway, me as a streamer, it'd be nice to have what she had. If I knew half of what she knew, though, I would. That's the thing, right? I got one monitor. I'm like, two would probably confuse the shit out of me. All right. So they're going to go into the Kohberger stuff. And I'm not really even sure what he talks about. We can listen to it if y'all want, because we're going to get into what I've been doing is. So we've had a lot of documents drop, and you guys have been here know we've been reading through and pouring through all these documents, and as we're reading through them, things are popping out at me, times, locations, things that are said, things that are claimed. Uh, Once these motions in limine and motions to suppress begin to come out, then you got your rebuttal filings, right? You have your responses to the filings, and you have your disclosures, and the back and forth. And we're seeing a lot of that right now, leading up to this August 9th hearing that's coming up, which we will be covering that day live. They stream it right from the judge's feed, and that's I usually go there, or I will head over to one of the local affiliates there. But usually I stream from the judge's thing. But anyway, so what I've been trying to do is just break down certain things, and like you guys know, I've been honed in up for. I can't let that damn AT&T Timing Advance Records go. I can't, because when the motions started coming out and I started seeing dates, and I'm like, damn, Ray's testimony, right? So I go back and I review, and I'm like, interesting things are said by Ray. And so now we have more filings that come out to pertain to that. So we're going to break down just some of those documents that specifically pertain to the AT&T timing and focus on that. And then I also want to start focusing on going into the mind of Koberger, like these autism filings and all the medical filings coming out on Brian Koberger. I just want to take a deeper look at some of that stuff as well. We like deep diving these documents here. I do anyway, and I appreciate you guys that want to come in, and a lot of you appreciated the fact that we are reading the documents. We try to read all of them. If they're short and to the point and just a formality, we let you guys know. If it's a large document, we take turns. We do try to read them, because you miss things if you don't, right? And a lot of times things are taken out of context, or things are presented that only want to be presented. I can present whatever clip I want in a thumbnail, and I do that. But I'm going to talk about that entire document once we're on air, right? So I think it's that people seem to appreciate that we do that here. So I appreciate my team helping me out with that read, because it can be quite the challenge to do it alone, especially with these big, large doc drops. You're good, Dolphin. You just let us know when you're ready. Guys, while she's getting back up, set it back up with us, I'm going to let this play out, and we'll hear what he's got to say about the Koberger case.
Sent to him. We're going to go through it, and I mean, it's insane, really, what's happening in that case. The level of support that he's garnering, and the passion that his supporters have. It's like Karen Reed, but
I forgot.
Program and transport.
He didn't grow up.
I think it's comical.
Fine stuff.
I find it comical
Ask what?
too. The people.
Numerous books have already. Numerous books. Other than
$800,000 has been raised for somebody who has
He got like
Yes, I think there's
website and stuff. set up,
debacle,
don't
shall we
they?
call it?
Oh, come on. This is getting on my nerves. All right, Benny. Get off the Mangione. Right? I wish I had Dolphin's system right now. Look, y'all, I'm even hardwired in. What happened? What happened, Benny? You stuck on us. You froze up. Let me get him down for a minute. I'm in a silly mood today, guys. I don't even know why. I'm like, go ahead and rain outside. You ain't gonna rain on my parade. Oh, I was about to say, where did the whole playlist go? But I just can't see it. Okay. Let me get my screen up. He's ending a story he was talking about on another.
Feel like they're getting justice for that family that's behind them, that mother, that brother, that child, whoever is left behind
There's still
as the
somebody
victim.
dead
I get
here.
that, but
There's
let's
still
not.
somebody dead here, though.
I think
Like, what are
the
you doing?
nuance to it is that the state or the government has the burden of bringing the case. Right, it's the burden rests on them. They.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan investigates the brutal murder of 4 college students in Idaho, all in the same house. But there were 2 more roommates there that night. Why were they spared? Tonight, we investigate.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates, coming up next, only on Court TV.
The jury was sequestered for 9 months.
These people were too beat down to even try to fight for their own conviction.
Trial and Error. Why did O.J. win? Season finale Sunday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Have you guys been watching that out of curiosity?
No, I didn't know that was on. Is this better?
Yes, ma'am. You are better now. You
Yeah,
are.
I just rebooted the router.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched that. I watched the actual trial, but I haven't watched this. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. I might go review it.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. Time to reveal something else you need to know tonight. Take a look. Trial begins Thursday. Who is this man? Ingolf Turk, a world-renowned surgeon, former...
Very demanding work for our
control.
Is that the one who killed his wife?
Yeah, I was about to ask if you guys heard of that story yet.
She's a vindictive devil. She played us all. I'm really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you, Harry. Police were alerted and began their search for both Harry and Kathleen. Harry was found unresponsive with cut wounds to his left wrist and a laceration on his forehead. He awoke in a hospital the next day and told police he choked Katie to death after an altercation where she...
Good Lord, now I got to know more. Now I got to know who these people all are. This is a case that recently they've been airing, right, Dolphin? You've seen a little bit about it on there, I guess?
I'm on the web, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Me as well. So this might be something we look into a little more, guys, as one of our stories we cover.
He struck him in the head. He then dumped the body in a nearby pond.
He admitted to the fact that
In fact, if there's a story you guys see out there that interests you and we haven't covered it, let us know. Let us know in the comments section, things of that nature. This is our community, and it's not just about what we want and what we want to present. Because sometimes it's hard to decide what you guys are interested in. So if there is something you see out there that is in the news right now and you want to know a little more about it, let us know and we'll dig in.
in the course of hot blood, heat of passion, at the worst, is that they ended up with a physical confrontation between the two of them, and she ended up dead. That's right.
So what does that get him off the hook for murder?
That's up to a jury.
By the way, this trial is taking place in the same courthouse as the Karen Reed trial.
Oh, Lord. That's crazy. Yeah, Dolphin, I don't have cable either, but I do have Roku TV, right? And I can watch Court TV on there anytime I want. But I also watch a lot of their stuff on YouTube. I rarely watch my TV.
I know. I've just walked past it a lot lately, you know.
Well, mine actually is my computer monitor. I got a big TV, so I just double it as my monitor when I need it. But I rarely watch TV on it. You know what I'm saying? It's always YouTube, and I watch a lot of Court TV stuff on YouTube. But if you have Roku, you can absolutely watch Court TV free. You just download their little thingy.
So my guess is they'll be in the big courtroom.
And a lot of times, like in Delphi even, a lot of the local news stations, you can actually download to your Roku, and I could watch their local news coverage as it was happening versus having to wait for them to upload to YouTube. You know what I mean? So I'll do that if there's a lot of big cases I'm following, just to get the local news media's thoughts on things. I like to have that as well. Or if I can't find them on the Roku, I get them on YouTube.
And Karen Reed will be once again, in that small little courtroom. But there you saw Kevin Reddington, and if he's the one representing Ingolf Turk, one of the best defense attorneys in Massachusetts, so expect a real battle in this one. I believe he's claiming self-defense because she struck him first in the head is going to be the claim. But this guy is huge. I mean, 6'3", East German Olympic athlete. So we'll see that. It all begins tomorrow right here on your front row seat to justice. Right now, though, please take a look at your screens. We have a missing child who needs your help. This is Tristan Ecker. Tristan is missing since March 25th from Kansas City, Missouri. Just 17 years old.
Dolphin, is that the ticket? I need to get me some wireless shit just so I can just, if I get in that bed and start trying to stream and talk to you guys, I might take it. I may end up asleep.
Yeah.
Like get on my heating pad or my massage thing and just like chat with my friends, and y'all will be hearing me take a nap soon. Oh, goodness.
Here's what you need to do. If you see Tristan, take a look at the picture. Pick up the phone, make a call, make a difference. 911, 1-800-THE-LAW.
We'll just stop right there and take a look at his picture, guys. This little kid's out of Kansas. So if you're out and about in your local community driving around, just look for faces that you see that come up on these YouTube streets as missing, because you never know.
Or you can call the Kansas City Police Department in Missouri. That phone number's on our screen right now. Let's see if we can get Tristan to a safe place tonight. Don't go anywhere. We have another hour of live true crime. Vinny Politan Investigates is next. In the meantime, please don't forget to hug the kids.
I think we've had enough of Vinny right now. We know the gist of what the Koberger stuff is going to say. Okay. Welcome in, Christy Nevada. Thank you for being here. We appreciate that. For tuning in, everyone who's listening and hanging out with us on this Sunday morning. Okay, so like I was talking to you guys earlier, there were some new filings that came out. Let me pull up the screen. And like I said, a few of those were actually just 1-2 page formality stuff. And then they had another one on the AT&T timing that dropped. I didn't see anything on the case summary this morning that looked or appeared to be new. All right. So back in, what was it, November 14th of 2024, I believe, is when a motion to suppress a memo in support of that came down from the defense, and it was a motion to suppress the first AT&T warrant. That AT&T warrant's been brought up a lot of times since then. So she first asked for that back in November. And then in December, the state objected to their motion to suppress the AT&T. And then in December again, on the 19th, there was a reply to the state's objection to the defense's motion to suppress it. And then on 3/20, 2 orders came down. And one was a defense motion to, it was an order on the defense motion to suppress it. And of course it was denied, because she was basing all that on the fruit of the poisonous tree stuff, right? When she filed those motions. But since she couldn't keep the AT&T out that way, then she started going different routes with it. So then they moved into February of 2025. And the defense recently filed a motion in limine 2 for the vague and undisclosed expert testimony which concerns Nick Balance. We all know that it's going to come down to Nick Balance and Cy. And there's a lot of interesting things out there about Cy. I'll just say that. And we're going to look at some of it. I don't know what's going on with him. Somebody's got some explaining to do on one of these two sides, right? Either this stuff was really there and it existed, or it really wasn't, and Cy says it was. Because he made an interesting statement in his affidavit that I was like, well, you got an accidental peek at something the FBI did and was asked to return it. What did you do with it when you had it in your possession? But it wasn't pertaining to this case. It was something else, which was quite interesting of him to say. So we're going to take a look at some of these motions and look at some of the dates and what they're talking about. And I also have Cy's testimony that we can also go back and review as well, about what he actually said with his own mouth. Oh, thank you, Christy. We appreciate it. Maybe you can catch us on the replay. Thank you for coming in. Okay. So, like I said, there were a lot of things that were being filed. And then, then in March of this year, the defense filed another objection to the state's motion in limine on the AT&T timing. And then they had another one come down on the 24th of March, and it was a defense reply to the state's motion. That one had some interesting stuff in it. So let's pull that one up for a moment, because this is one of the newer ones. There were actually a lot of things dropped on that date into the docket on the 24th. It was a busy day. Okay. Let me make this bigger. Here we go. All right. This document was a whole whopping 16 pages, but we don't need all 16 pages. Let me get this pulled up for you guys. Welcome in. Need some Z's. All right. So this was filed, like I said, on the 24th. And this was a reply to the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine number 2, which was for the vague and undisclosed expert testimony. And of course, it was brought forward by Brian and his team. I want to make this bigger because I'm not trying to struggle today. There we go. You guys can see that, and I can still see chat very well. Good deal. Okay. Pokemon, welcome in. Buzzray, thank you, thank you, thank you. Murder Church, go okay this morning? Okay. My screen went a little wonky when I did that. Thank you guys for coming in. Okay. So Latah County began prosecuting Koberger in December of 2022. Discovery was filtered to Mr. Koberger in a slow, disorganized, and tedious fashion, as we've heard. The state had the benefit of 6 weeks. It took that long to capture the criminal, or the suspect. Let me call it that. So the way she worded that bothered me, because I was like, lady, the state had the benefit of 6 weeks. Yo, publicly buzzed, welcome in. You always catch me when I'm publicly buzzed. Are you stalking me when I'm buzzed? He's like, he could sniff it out, right? Where's my sticker? It's right here at my computer desk. Also got those cool ones from Jay at the same time I got those from you. I smoke when I smoke. I love them. Anyway, I'm just giving them a shout out, guys. They got really amazing stickers over there, and I got me a few. Still haven't got no shirt yet, but we'll work on that. I'll have to go over there and get myself on the wheel. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming in off that buzz rate. All right. So, the state had the benefit of 6 weeks to access the scene. Law enforcement and experts analyzing the scene, experts ready and available to assist with search warrants and expert advice. Hundreds of law enforcement officers assisted in the case. Access to the investigating with access to the investigating, I think it should be investigation, with assisting law enforcement and experts meant the prosecution did not have to filter through the 68 terabytes. We've heard that she's had a big hard time with that. The reality and gravity of the 68 terabytes of information cannot be overstated. Kohberger's Capital Defense Team has spent over 2 years devouring as much of the data as possible. The team has not completed the review. His team does not have hundreds of people to locate and talk about various pieces of information contained in the discovery. The state does. Kohberger is protected by the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of Idaho. He has the right to a fair trial and to have effective assistance of counsel to confront evidence against him. He has the right not to be convicted unless the state proves its case beyond reasonable doubt. The state bears the burden of proof. The state has ethical duties under the Constitution, criminal and evidentiary rules, and orders of this court to disclose expert opinion and what it rely on in the case against Mr. Kohberger. Instead, the state provided vague, loose topic area responses for experts they had worked closely with. Loose topic area responses. That reminded me of somebody else I saw testify. The same experts have been working with the state since the beginning of the case. The state's disclosures were, for the most part, why can't I get that word out? Abysmal. This will not come out right. Abysmal, whatever. Still, as it relates to 67 electronic devices and third-party warrant returns, the state has not disclosed with any expert opinion or disclosures of what it intends to rely on. She keeps saying that. The state's disclosure can only be described as sandbagging. In many cases, it appears that the state's initial disclosures resembled a laundry list of topics, and then once Mr. Kohberger complied with the court's order, the state took advantage of learning a great deal about Mr. Kohberger's experts and evidence. Well, that's funny because Anne came out and named all the state's experts in a document because she wants them out of court, but hers are under seal. I can pick out their names in court documents as they're talked about, but your entire witness list, ma'am, is under seal. Still. And tailored new disclosures to address Mr. Kohberger's experts. These are not rebuttal disclosures. And I don't mind that you called the state out, Ann, because they're actually putting out information now, so thanks. They are the state's case in chief. Numerous examples are laid out in Detail Exhibit 1. One of the examples in the state's Amazon expert, Cox. So she talking about the Amazon expert there. We kind of went over his stuff the other day. A second, more extreme example is FBI Special Agent Balance. And here's the part we really want to know about for the purposes of today's show. Many of these experts' disclosures are based on evidence and data that has still not been disclosed to Mr. Kohberger. Now, why is it such a big deal to me in my eyes? Because we can watch car footage all day long in court. We're going to see what we see, and we're going to see what we don't see. It is what it is. We know that there were no issues, apparently, with the way that DNA profile was developed off the sheath. Anne's own defense team experts that looked at that agree that's Kohberger's DNA on that sheath. So that's kind of like over there on the table now. Okay, the car stuff, set it aside. What we got left? Phone data. And why is it so important? Because that darn phone was offline not once but twice for hours at a time. That morning, during the crimes, and that evening after the crimes. So now they're fighting back and forth about these AT&T reports. What's in them? What do they show? 7 minutes? Where'd that go? He's going this way. He's going that way. All the things. Car shows he's over here. Well, there's no phone pings to match it. Well, because the phone was turned off. So how are we going to know exactly where that damn phone was? Right? Because a lot of people really need to know where that phone was to help them get there. And I understand that. I also want to know, especially if you claim you're out riding around in the countryside with no signal, you need to show me some drive time tests that proves that. Firefly, what are y'all saying? Back up with documents. What are we talking about? Hang on, I got to make this smaller so I can see you guys better.
Well, I don't think you've gotten to that part yet, but the fact that Ray is, accusing prosecution of
Oh, yeah.
misconduct.
Oh, yeah. Well, Cy says a lot of interesting things, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Let's look at this some more. Okay, we'll get back to this. And remember, guys, I even heard somebody say the other day, well, Cy Ray, he trained SA Balance. Really? No, he didn't.
That seems to be the misconception going around, though.
They know each other. Cy Ray talked about that. He has a great respect. He even said that when his testimony. He was never disputing what SA Balance report said at that moment. But what he was wondering about was the interpretation that Mowry took from that report. And did he upload that information correctly into his little Viz program that he used to map out what Balance gave him, right? So it's like you got a lot of word salad going on, and then he says we're going to get to a lot more interesting things this dude has to say. So let's get on with this read before we get you know me, I'll go off and start talking all kind of shit. Okay. This is particularly true with Balance. Opinions are based on material that has not been provided to Mr. Koberger. What material is she talking about? AT&T Timing Advance Records. To assist the court, Mr. Koberger appends Exhibit 1 to this motion as a guide to the chronology of the disclosures and the lack of detail. I wish we could see these exhibits. It identifies each expert and the limits of their disclosure. The state cannot be allowed to benefit from what they have done. Well, what did they do? Mr. Koberger, recognizing that the state was doing. Now, did the FBI have those timing reports and never told Moscow? FBI seems to do whatever they want. What are we going to do? Because according to Cy Ray, they had absolute access to them. The state cannot be allowed to benefit from what they have done. Mr. Koberger, recognizing what the state was doing, filed a motion to compel disclosure and a motion to extend his deadline. His motion to extend disclosure deadline was denied. During his motion to compel, this court expressed intent to apply the rules of disclosures were not properly made. The state then, with the advantage of Mr. Koberger's expert disclosures, don't you have the same advantage? Has continued to trickle new opinions to the defense. Of course, that was signed by Ann Taylor. Now, if you scroll down, she goes through, now, heirs, Jenny keeps coming up. They don't like you, Jenny. They don't like you at all for some reason. Well, I know why. We're not going to read what they're upset with Jenny about today. But we will discuss Mr. Balance here. Again, this is within this filing from the defense. So, how's everybody doing in chat? Thank you for being here. Yeah, both sides have to back up what they're saying in these documents at some point, right? And Cy Ray needs to get it together. I just took a look at back chat and Firefly. I actually did, and I had this show prepared yesterday, and then I saw that, and I was like, oh, okay, I see you.
She does a good job. Yeah.
Good minds think alike, though, right? I mean,
Yep.
this is a big deal for a reason. Welcome in, V. Thank you for coming in. Okay, so this concerns Mr. Balance. S.A. Balance is an FBI agent specializing in site location information and a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, also known as CAST. And if you guys have been here with us, we listened to some of his testimony the other day in the Chad Daybell case, just to get a gist of him, right? Because we've seen Cy testify once in a hearing here in Idaho case, at this, Brian Koberger's case. So I wanted to bring a look at what, FBI agent Balance was about. So we did. We took a look at that. He worked alongside Moscow police detectives. He was co-located in Moscow. He assisted in search warrant applications and was communicating with the state and detectives at least as early as November 15th. So, as early as November 15th, Balance came on the case that was 2 days after the crimes. Who's backing it up? Cy V? He might be. I'm looking at chat, guys. Oh, why is it not caught up over here? Oh, there it goes, thundering again. Oh, well, we'll see we'll see. It's all open to interpretation. Okay, interpretation. Like, I can't even talk today for some reason. Okay, so he assisted in the search warrant applications and was communicating with the states and the detectives at least as November 15th. Okay, he assisted the state in securing digit information. Should that be digital information? Analyzing information as well as conducting interviews as part of the investigation. Expert disclosure 12/18/24. Excuse me. Right. Okay. I had to get some of my coffee and a cough. Sorry, guys. I had to mute out for a sec. Okay. The initial disclosure stated he would testify about how cell towers work and interact with cell phones. His testimony would include what records related to personal cell phones are available and how they are used. S.A. Balance will testify consent with the historical cellular phone data provided to defendant in discovery. S.A. Balance will explain the methodology used to create his report, which is attached hereto as Exhibit S2. S.A. Balance will discuss how call detail records provided by AT&T were used to create a cell site maps contained in his report, including his corroboration of the mapping with records provided. S.A. Balance will also explain in detail what the mapping in his report reflects. So he says here he was just using the call detail records, right? Not AT&T Timing Advance Records or reports. So we got that part, and he has the map reflecting it. It is noteworthy that the state has never disclosed S.A. Balance methodology used to create his report. He has never disclosed how his maps were created. S.A. Balance has omitted over 90% of the AT&T data during the relevant times he chose to map. There is no disclosure as to why this data was omitted. S.A. Balance will provide his opinion as to the general locations in which the target cellular telephones were located at various times before and after the homicides at 1122 King Road, and the cellular phone's direction of travel. The testimony will rely on information furnished by cellular phone providers concerning which cell towers the cell phone towers connected with during those times. S.A. Balance may also testify regarding which cell tower sectors were utilized for the relevant data and explain the direction of the cell tower sector utilized can indicate the general location of the cell phone relative to the tower it utilized. The state has never produced an actual opinion by SA Balance about the general location. Mr. Koberger's cell phone was at various times before and after the homicides of 1122 and the cellular phone's direction of travel. February 17th, a rebuttal, or 2025, a rebuttal disclosure. The state responds to defense disclosures, but in doing so, it continues to refuse to provide expert analysis and opinion. The FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST, conducts drive testing using a Gladiator autonomous receiver, which is also known as the GAR. Nick explains that beautifully in the Chad Daybell case, what it is, how they calibrate it, what they do with it, and what it does, and what information it provides. It was developed by Gladiator Forensics. The GAR collects the data. They literally put it in the car with them and they drive with it, which is then analyzed by Gladiator Forensics software. The software creates the coverage maps seen on several pages of the report. The coverage maps are created using the actual measurements taken by the GAR and interpolation using the natural neighbor algorithm. And I'm going to tell you, when he testified to that stuff right there in the Chad Daybell case, it was spot on. And we know that because of Alex Cox. And that's, that's all I can say about that. I just know about that, right? He also testified over there in Lori's trial, but I really haven't watched his testimony there. I mean, I audio listened to that shit at night, but it's been a long time ago. But the things that he testified to in Chad's trial, I paid attention to as far as all this cell phone data and this GAR, all these things that they're talking about here. Because I need to know. Like, my brain just has to freaking know. I don't want to wait till I get to court if I got information out there already that can help me get there. So I really needed to understand what this Gladiator stuff was. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. And talks about that. Cy talks about that, about the calibration of the system and the updates and, getting how things change with time. And is it going to be as accurate as it would have been? All the things. Cy's tried to discredit it, but it's a damn good piece of evidence that they incorporate and use. So good luck going up against that. The disclosure does not state who produced the maps or how they were analyzed. The disclosure lacks an opinion about the mapping program or its production. The state has not disclosed records that verify the mapping program, nor has it stated Balance is an expert in the mapping. Okay. SA Balance went to great lengths to obtain raw drive test data in this case. He went to great lengths. Well, damn. Good for him. For raw drive test data. Despite those efforts, he has only produced the mapping of the data for less than 5% of the relevant cell sites in his work product. Has she seen his work product? There have been no disclosures as to why he has omitted 95% of the coverage. Now, where do you think she's getting that he omitted 95%? From a
Ray.
From a report that may or may not exist? Okay. That's what I was thinking as well. I just wanted to see if I was a lone wolf. I love to get you guys' opinion. What was Chad over here saying about it? Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining in. Yes. Hold on. Was it unaddicted co-conspirator? Yes, we are all. You're in Mississippi. I'm in Northwest Florida. We're all feeling that. We're all feeling that sinusy stuff, big time. Yep, Dolphin's in Georgia. She's feeling it. Firefly and I are both here in Florida. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. You don't think you'll hear from Nick Balance, V? Why does everybody assume that? I mean, I've heard that, and I'm so curious as to why that part of the state's leading FBI agent who always testifies in these cases about this stuff, why would he not testify in Brian Koberger's case? Like, I don't, unless he's hiding something, Nick Balance, what you hiding over there, Bubba?
Right.
I think he'll be there. He's a very well-spoken man, and he is not like Maury. Anne's gonna have to be professional when she goes up against Nick Valance. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I don't know yet which one of these are wrong or right, but I know I've watched both testify to what they know, and I'm leaning one way or the other already on which one I'm gonna probably put my bank on. But I got to see what Si's got to say in court, if he's talking hearsay or if he can bring me some facts. There's a difference. Okay, because right now he's kind of bringing me some hearsay. All right, and we'll show that. Sometimes word salad as well. The disclosure does not state who produced the maps or how they were analyzed. Did we get through that part? I think we did. Okay. There have been no disclosures as to why he omitted that 95%. The disclosure goes on, FBI CAST examines each transaction in the raw records to determine reliability based on several factors. As an example, when an AT&T data session is initiated on AT&T's network that is not following a timeout of a previous data session, good Lord, AT&T records first cell site and then the subsequent cell sites associated with the session is applicable. See that. The state does not disclose SA Balance's review of reliability. The state is creating wiggle room for Balance to testify to something undisclosed at this time. The particular area impacts 7 minutes of time and exculpatory information. This is 7 minutes between 2:47 and 2:54 a.m. The state applied for search warrants and its arrest warrant claiming Mr. Koberger's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. The state later had to concede, based on its own discovery disclosures, that the phone went off the network at 2:54 a.m. Between the time of 2:47 and 2:54, while the phone was on and receiving service, it was utilizing cell towers. The phone was not stationary and utilizing only one tower. So she's saying it was moving between that time. 2:47, 2:54, that car's moving. So was the phone. The phone was moving during the 7 minutes. During the 7 minutes, the tower's handoff service as the phone is moving. These handoffs, once analyzed, locate the direction of movement and the location of the phone when it stops reporting at 2:54. The state asserts SA Balance mapped this data, but has not produced it. So she says the state asserts that he mapped it, but he didn't produce it. To who? Her? Because if he should have, honestly, if I'm going to be fair, if that's in there, it is what it is. I still think dude could have went down the road and drove for 7 minutes, turned the phone off, and turned the car around and went back the other direction. So if that actually occurred and they mapped it and they know that, why not put it in there? Because you got a lot more evidence coming, right? Just to say that he was over here. Anyway, that's important to me because of what Anne's, saying. But she has not explained. So if you think about it, though, if you leave the apartment at 2:47, 7 minutes later, as she says, 7 minutes, are you already into the countryside where you've lost signal for 2 hours? No. Looking in the map, it takes him longer to get to the countryside than 7 minutes from that apartment. So where did that car go? Where did that phone go? It's more the aunt's question I'm wondering after 2:54. Where was it?
The thing is, it's possible. The way it sounded in the PCA, he drove up that one street, turned up off of Southeast Nevada, and stayed there for like 7 minutes or 9 minutes. And that's where it said the phone turned off at that time. But now they're saying it's 7 minutes later. So was
But
he
she's
on his way
also
to
saying,
Moscow, or did he go towards
right.
Railway Park and then turn it off, and then he could have turned around and come back to Moscow? There's enough time, even
That's
if
what
he
I'm
did
saying.
that. So
Because
that's the
you
point.
you got going back to that what you just said. That's that 9 minute time thing over. Was it toward Indian Hills?
No, no. It's
So
in Pullman. When he's coming around, he's gone Stadium Way, and then he
right,
turns. He goes up north on I think it's called Nevada Street,
Nevada. Mm-hmm.
and then
And
he
that right
sits
in there
there
is
for
where
like 9 minutes or something. Remember,
right.
and that's where the time says the time that the phone turned off. But now they're saying the phone actually turned off 7 minutes later. So,
And going in the wrong
well,
direction.
so now where was he? Was he going actually towards Waiway Park? But even if he was, he could have just turned it off and then turned around. Like, he could have gone that direction to make it look like he was going that way, turned the phone off, and then come all the
Exactly.
way back.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. That's the what exactly, exactly. That's what I've said. And but I'm wondering. I'm now focused in on that because I've thought the same thing. Because she's got him going toward the Wawawee area or the
mhm.
countryside, we'll call it, and 7 minutes later, phone's out of service. You're not in the countryside 7 minutes later for your phone to go off, boom, for 2 solid hours. But originally, we were thought, right, like you said, it was headed toward Moscow, but there was a 9 minute gap there over there near Nevada. And that is where the rumor then started to fly that he stop and make his way into what was it, the somewhere to steal some shit. You know what I mean? It didn't even make no sense.
Oh, the lab, yeah.
The lab stuff, all the different. What was
That's
he doing for?
bizarre.
Like, no, I want to know what's going on with his phone. You know, was it really a 9 minute delay there on something? Did it stay stationary? Was it off? But yeah, so could he have left the apartment, headed out toward, the Wawawee area in that direction for 7 minutes and then turn that phone off? Because I don't buy that it just went off at 2:54, 7 minutes after leaving that apartment, because due to lack of phone coverage, right? Because
Yeah.
she's not claiming he turned that phone off. She's just telling us no, he's in the other direction and his shitty phone service out there in the country. Because she's yet to explain where that phone was for those 2 hours, and she doesn't have to. She throws reasonable doubt out there. He was driving around. There's no phone service, and look, their records on their phone service aren't even accurate, right? So these phone records are going to be a big deal in the big scheme of things, because that's trying. The state's going to try to prove he turned that damn phone off, and she's going to try to prove that's not what he did at all.
Well, here's the thing.
Go
Talking
ahead.
about turning the phone off or whatever. I don't know how many techie people we have in the chat or whatever, but look, let's just say, for example, your computer, your desktop computer or laptop computer has something called an event viewer built into it. Everything that happens with that computer is logged on that event viewer. Okay, every time you turn it off, every time you get a blue screen of death, anything, it gets logged. Cell phones are the same way. Any tech device is the same way. They have things, all your actions on the phone get logged. So the state has already said, what was it, a few days ago in some document, that he actually powered down his phone. So whenever they're saying the cellular phone stopped reporting to the device stopped reporting to the cellular networks, what they're actually saying now is that, oh, he turned his phone off. They'll be able to prove that. So, yeah, I mean, we will see in court.
Oh yeah, and I agree. They're going to be able to, the phone turned off, but you know, if Cyray's going to get up there and claim that phone didn't turn off, that it just lost signal, because if he gets up on that stand and says, "Oh, it appears he turned the phone off at 2:54," isn't the juror going to go, "Why?"
Yeah.
He'd have to, yeah, true, but he'd have to have way more than access to cell site, location records in order to, to say definitively, oh, yeah, this phone was turned off or was not turned off.
Right. I mean,
Hmm.
but that's what I'm saying. The defense so far is leading me to believe that's what they're going to say. This phone didn't actually turn off. It just did not have signal where it was going, where it was at. That's the whole point of the country drive. That was the whole point of I was in the countryside driving around because I don't have phone signal out there. If he went, cruising through town, Moscow, and all the things, what's open? Is there a late night restaurant I can go grab a bite to eat? Is there a Walmart open all night? A Walgreens? What can I stumble into if I'm bored and can't freaking sleep? But no, I understand the quiet, long drive in the country. Do it all the time with no phone signal here and there. So, yeah, but I know they don't got to come in and prove state's burden. Get all that. I get all that. But when these two experts get up there, they need, who's going to say, what are they going to say? It was turned off or no, it was no signal. And they've got to be able to figure out how they conclude that. And chat, be nice to each other. V, we know you have your stance on this case, and I try to respect it all the time. Need some Z's, all you guys. There's people who feel differently, and if you're pointing out things to each other, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just y'all be respectful to each other, especially when it comes to this case. And let me just get that damn banner down. We ain't talking about no Karen Reed no more, are we? No, we're talking about that hot topic button over here on the YouTube, Brian Koberger. He really gets people fired on up, don't he?
Yep.
He does. I'm so focused on evidence and is there really anything there or not. I'm not dug in. I'm not taking sides with either one of these experts just because they're on the opposing side. I know what Nick Balance is capable of doing. I've seen his work. I've also gotten to take a look at Cy Ray's work and seen what he's capable of doing. That's how I came to my conclusions on the two. And I'll present to you guys what I found so you can make up your own minds instead of basing it off what somebody out there on YouTube just told you. All right, so they got some issues with you, Mr. Balance, not producing reports. Remember all those times Ann was in the courts hollering about her? I need reports. I need emails. I need the FBI. Everybody's like, the state's withholding critical evidence. No, it was the FBI the entire time. They don't like to give up their stuff. And if you don't know it, you need to know it. She had to get damn special subpoenas to get stuff from the FBI in this case. Lord help us all. Okay, I'll get off my rant now. I didn't say you were not being nice, V. You guys be nice to V back. Let me just say that. She's not. She's just, I'm watching what's going on. My mods know I don't have these grand ass rules to follow. I don't give them instructions on what to do to people because I can take care of it myself if I need to. But Pokemon, thank you. Forrest, thank you. You guys do your thing. Anyway, I got some really cool mods. All right, the state must be required to disclose what it is not saying here. The state must not be allowed to ambush Mr. Koberger at trial by stating something that is not grounded in record. The state goes on to say handoff data is analyzed on page 13 of CAST PowerPoint. There is no analysis. SA Balance has not mapped a single handoff in the work product produced. But that kind of contradicts a little bit. Okay. These ignored handoffs are the handoffs occurring during the described 7 minutes. So she's talking about where he didn't produce that part of his mapping for that 7 minutes. So she says they have these handoffs that I'm assuming will show where he was headed for 7 minutes. Analyzing those depict exculpatory evidence. Going the wrong direction is what she's considering her exculpatory evidence here. It is important to understand handoff data makes up more than 85% of the defendant's AT&T network connections. SA Balance's opinion as to why he can omit those. The state does not provide basis or analysis for SA Balance's claim that Mr. Koberger was using a tower that services the King Road address. Instead, they say this: generating a report of all the defendant's movements from June of 2022 to December of 2022 would be overly broad, unnecessary, and prolong the jury's service with details not relevant to the prosecution. So don't you imagine they have all his call detail stuff from June to December, and whatever isn't relevant to the crime, they're not even going to talk about. So, Anne's got all that. You can see, obviously, she can see some of it is and isn't relevant. Okay. With the help of this very expert, the state sought and received AT&T phone records for Mr. Koberger from June through December of 2022. So they did. They looked at the whole time he was there, from the time he got there until he left. In affidavits supporting search and arrest, the state averred that Mr. Koberger's phone data depicted numerous occasions where it utilized a tower servicing the King Road address. Now remember, a tower can service an address and nearby streets as well, right? All the nearby streets. The state supplied SA Balance as an expert and disclosed his PowerPoint with slides 29 and 30, claiming the same thing. It is noteworthy that the dates of this alleged behavior have been changed over the course of the expert's work. What the state has failed to do is provide the analysis of the claim. Mr. Koberger will face his capital jury without the state backing up this claim. The state does not have connection between Mr. Koberger and anyone that was at 1122 King Road. The state puts this information out to attempt to establish a connection. Phone records showing him in the area is their attempt to establish a connection. Okay. The state puts this information out to establish a connection. While the state has chosen not to disclose the analysis, Mr. Koberger has disclosed the analysis. The analysis shows the falsity of the state's experts' slides. The real analysis is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. This must be excluded from the state's presentation. The state proves its reason. The state provides its reason the cast draft and cast final PowerPoints are different inside. Remember, she was wanting all that. She wanted those draft reports, the final stuff, everything. So she obviously got all that she was asking for. CAS utilizes a peer review process of any work product prior to it being presented at trial. This peer review process is meant to ensure the final report is accurate, provides clarity to raw cell data, and relevance to the state's case. The state has failed to provide any documentation of its peer review process and opinions as to why changes were made. This disclosure addresses the AT&T Timing Advance Records. Mr. Koberger respectfully requests the court look at the pleading and the affidavit he filed in response to the state's motion on that topic. They're really hashing it out over this shit. Supplemental Disclosure 3325. This disclosure advises the court and counsel that SA Balance plans to testify by summary from various AT&T documents and utilize his own created summary as exhibits in place of the actual record. The state has not supplied such documents unless it is using the PowerPoint. I think they are using the PowerPoint, and because apparently that's what all y'all do. Like every case, PowerPoints. If that is the case, these documents are data that are the result of an undisclosed analysis and interpretation of the data. This disclosure advises SA Balance will testify as follows. Page 13 depicts cellular phone usage by the 8458 phone on November 13th. That is Brian's Koberger's phone. And Balance is expected to testify that when the 8458 phone interacted with the AT&T network at 2:29 a.m., the phone was not at the Brian Koberger residence, marked BK on the map. Rather, it was southeast of the Brian Koberger residence as depicted by the drive test data. Balance is also expected to testify that he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this data session and that the phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54. So they're saying the opposite of each other. They're both acknowledging the time, right? This time frame. But Balance has got him southeast of the residence, of his own residence, right? According to his map. The state has not disclosed an analysis or where SA Balance will claim the phone was located. These are the 7 critical minutes that contain exculpatory evidence.
It's annoying that she keeps harping on this 7 minutes.
I know.
Because the 7 minutes doesn't have anything to do. This time frame, what is it, 2:54 and 2:47 or
Yep.
whatever? That doesn't have anything to do with the murders.
No.
She's trying to make that
And
into his alibi somehow. You know what I mean?
but I don't, you know what I mean? It's like, because you still have, there are phone communications in this house at those times, you
Right.
know?
Well, yeah.
So you know that they were still alive at that time. There are DoorDash and things like that after that time. So you know that they're still alive after that time. But what we don't know is, well, where was he after 2:54? You know, she's harping
Exactly.
on 2:47 to 2:54. And they're saying that these started at like 4 something. That's over an hour. That's plenty of time if he were still at his apartment or if he were out to the west at this park. That's still plenty of time to turn around and
Turn
come back
around,
and go the
exactly.
opposite
And what
direction.
gets me is Cy's trying to say that their state's withholding it and it's exculpatory. Well, how do you know it's exculpatory if you haven't
Well,
seen it?
what makes it exculpatory, and if you under the guidelines, honestly, is just the fact that it will show the car going this
Opposite
direction for 7
direction.
full minutes. Could be exculpatory, we should say. Not that it
Right.
is, right?
Exactly.
So it could be exculpatory, but I'm right there with you, ladies. Like I've said, I
Hmm.
believe that he went this direction and he drove for 7 solid minutes and he turned it off and turned around and went back, because it's not gonna. If you can't, if you're gonna, and like you said, Firefly, going back to the alibi, if he appears to be headed this way for 7 minutes, going toward the out of town route or out to the countryside route, still 7 minutes later, you're just not going to drop phone service. You turned it off.
Right.
So she's going to have a hard time convincing a jury, I think, that 7 minutes later, he suddenly loses cell tower service because he's already so deep in the countryside that it's gone. I don't, if you look at the map, you're going to go, no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah,
Right?
and I mean, what do you call it? Everybody is going back and forth about his cell service and whether or not he was communicating to a cell tower. But if he didn't do anything to this phone, the phone has GPS in it. GPS is always connecting to a satellite. I mean, unless you're, a mile under the earth or whatever, you know what I mean? Under the surface of the earth, your phone should still be connected to satellite. So they haven't mentioned anything about his GPS coordinates yet. But it's
No.
like, I'm looking at it like this. It's 12:30 here for me, right? If I went somewhere at 9 o'clock this morning and, between 9, and 9:07, they're arguing about where I was and, oh, my phone stopped connecting to the network. And now I'm at home and I've been sitting at home since, all this whole time or whatever. And they're like, well, we don't have anything to show where she was. But I'm like, but I'm here. You know what else would, show that I'm here? The GPS data in the phone itself. And nobody is talking about that in this entire case. That's,
Oh,
what's
yeah.
bothering me too.
We
Because if I'm
right.
the defense, let me just finish this one point.
Yeah.
If I'm the defense attorney and my client is truly innocent, okay, and cell phone, connectivity aside, he's in some park in the middle of nowhere aside, his phone should still have GPS data on it. Okay? His phone is sitting there in the car, whatever, while he's out at the park, taking photos, looking at the sky, whatever, right? And I should be able to provide that data. Say, here, look at his phone.
Right. So
Nobody is
if
talking about that.
well, if the defense sees they have that right in their discovery, that may not be something Anne chooses to put out there in a document yet.
Why wouldn't she, though?
I don't. Well, then, because if
That's
they
the big
have,
question.
well, because okay, so we're right, because it could prove it. What if it doesn't show the right GPS location she needs it to show?
Well, yeah.
Then you're screwed. That's
Right.
Mhm.
So if it's not showing he was in the countryside near Wawawee, and it shows something the complete opposite, she's like, "Oh, we're just going to let that one."
Yeah,
No.
well, yeah.
So neither side is talking about it,
No, they haven't. It's been mentioned, but not like it's a thing, right? That an evidentiary thing they're going to rely on to show anything. And what is it's because accuracy about cell phones have been a hot topic for in a lot of cases. It's not just this case. I've always been intrigued about how accurate these phones, because I remember the first trial I ever watched that brought in GPS location stuff, right? Or in phone data. It was about a lady who unalived her child in the woods. It was all those things, but I was like really intrigued because it was all new. These new searches were coming out for these cell phones. They could show you where they've been and all these things. So it was really interesting to me to see how close they can get nowadays. To pinpointing how accurate is it. All that to me is very intriguing. All the stuff they're going to use as evidence. I understand what they're telling me this phone was doing, but I still think this is going to be a big deal. That phone was off for those many hours. Anne's going to try to say, it would look really weird for her to say, my client turned off his phone and went for this long countryside drive because he didn't want to be bothered. Put the phone on silent. What if you have a flat tire? What if you have all the things? What if you run out of gas? What if you get hit a deer? I don't know. What happens? You got to turn it back on, all this stuff. It makes no sense to turn it off if you're just going for a drive. Most people wouldn't. They'd just silence it or whatever if they didn't want to be disturbed. So, yeah, what happened after the 2:54 mark and the 7 minutes later? Where was he? And what are you going to say with that phone? What was up? Because the state has already said in one of their filings we have here, they've determined that phone was turned off, not just set in airplane mode anymore, or possibly like the PCA says. They're now claiming that phone was turned off. And you can see that when you download the hard data from the phone's activity. You can see, and we learned a lot about this stuff with Liberty German's phone. Rest in peace, sweet girl. Even once that phone got returned to the family and then taken back from the family for further analysis, yeah, what? Okay. So here's a part. So these are the 7 critical minutes that contain that exculpatory evidence. On page 28 shows a map that includes 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, represented by the CS icon and a yellow circle that represents a 100-meter radius around the crime scene. Balance will explain that he conducted analysis of all the cell sites in the area that provided coverage to the crime scene and identified any cell sites that that drive test data showed coverage that included this 100-meter radius. I'm sorry, around the crime scene. I'm gonna have to go grab a cold drink. So
Oh,
they,
okay.
um,
Oh, did
go
you want to
ahead.
grab it? Because I just saw something that V said that I was
Yeah,
typing something
you
back
go
to.
right ahead, and I'll go grab my coke.
Yeah, V just said, also, I don't think the victim's phones doing stuff is proof of life. Someone else could have been using their phones. Yes, that's true. But the flip side of that is also what you just said for the victims goes hand in hand for Brian also. His phone being somewhere is not proof that he was with his phone.
Exactly. Yep.
So you got to think about that too. Like if I wanted to commit a crime or whatever and I wanted somebody to think that I was halfway across town, why wouldn't I just go ahead and leave my phone halfway across town, go do what I needed to do, and then, that way my phone is like, oh, yeah, they're like, oh, see, proof. I was halfway across town. It doesn't mean that I'm always with my phone. It's just, we're talking about movable objects, right? Everybody talks about the sheath being a movable object. The phone is a movable object. They're not soldered to your hand. So you don't necessarily have to always be in the same place as your phone. People just, assume that you are wherever your phone is. So, yeah. TikTok playing continuously, I don't know, your soap opera, whatever show that you're watching, and autoplay turned on Netflix, like, oh, I was out watching a movie under the stars. There are lots of things that could be set up to make it look like you were quote unquote active on your device and
Mhm.
you were nowhere near it.
That's true.
Oh, okay, cool. You're back.
That's true. Like, I got an extra phone. Maybe test that theory out.
Yeah, but V, the state saying, if they're trying to tie him to his car and his phone, if his phone is connecting, well, when it was connecting, they are able to because the phone is reporting in the same location as they're seeing the car on
Hmm.
video. So you've got two things, two outside sources that are corroborating that, hey, these two objects are still together. It's
Yep.
his car. He's the only person in Washington that should be driving his car unless he's loaned it out to somebody. So then, therefore, you make the assumption it's his car, he's licensed to drive it, this is his phone, and the car and the phone are moving in exactly the same position at the same time.
They are. If you map out what the PCA tells you as far as the phone, what they preliminarily had with the phone data, and the cameras, and then then we have to remember that phone did go off and was off for 2 hours. So there is that, but we also during that 2 hours have a lot of car footage, right? Um, but again, if you went out to the countryside to drive around and you just left your apartment right there in the heart of town at the campus of Washington State University, and you're going to tell me it takes 7 minutes just to drive from out to the highway, you suddenly lost cell service right there
Yeah.
before you ever got out to your little country road. I don't buy it. I'm in the country. I got good cell service, but I know where I'm going to lose it. And it's not going to be for 2 solid hours unless I go way up in the country, which is possible, but I bet you I still pick up service here and there. It'd be spotty. So I don't know.
Oh, I also did look up something because I was wondering when I was talking about the GPS. So if he turned off his phone, then the GPS is off too. Because they're saying, it needs power. The phone needs power to still,
Okay.
supply the GPS data and the Wi-Fi, cellular, all that stuff,
Right.
and any other location-based sensors needed for your phone to gather location data. So that's why I guess nobody's talking about the GPS.
I guess so. and we'd all looked at that car make and model and
Oh
did
yeah.
and to see if it had onboard capabilities that we, that could prove anything, and you would have to pay for that service and all the things. So there's not a lot going to come out of that car. Not like Murdoch's vehicle. He had a little pricier vehicle than Koberger. So um, yeah. So she's, it just I'm gonna have a hard time with that alibi, and this is a partial corroboration. I'm assuming because they were going to partially, the defense said they were going to partially corroborate that alibi with the state's cell phone data. That
Right, and to me, it's troublesome that, okay, we're talking about the 7 minutes. They're arguing back and forth about these 7 minutes. So, okay, 254. You're saying he's way out west at Wawa Way, whatever park, right?
Mhm.
And that he never went into Idaho. He never went to Moscow, blah, 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 or whatever. This is basically what she said, right? And, but then at 4:49, he turns his phone on and he's south of the house. This is what, at 4:49 a.m., and this car was seen speeding out of the neighborhood at 4:20 a.m.
Yep.
And he's directly 29 minutes later, he's directly south of the house when he turns his phone back on,
Yep.
uses a VPN, and oh, by the way, is way the hell away from this park that they claim he was at, and he's over,
On the
south
other
of an
side.
area that he never went to, supposedly.
Yeah. You're right, Dolphin, pointing that out, where the phone came back on was so far away from Wawa Park, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like on the whole other side,
Mm-hmm.
whole ass other side. Um,
Whole ass another state.
it'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, it's crazy. So this is interesting here. All right, so we already know they did a 100 meter radius around the crime scene, um, looking for cell analysis right there close to the house. Okay, but then pages 29 and 30 represent any time that the 8458 phone, again, Brian Koberger's phone, utilized a cell site identified as part of page 28 between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate instances between July 9th and November 7th of 2022. Think he was just out shopping each and every time between 10 and 4 a.m.? Was he out jogging between July and November between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m.? What were you doing? Because you couldn't sleep. If you were near the King Road home, because the cell phone says you touched it, accessed it 23 separate times. I could see the shopping scenario everyone's probably going to throw out there. I get it. Between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. So what happened on the 13th that between 10 and 4 a.m. you decided you didn't want to go lollygagging around Moscow looking for something to do? Instead, you're going to the countryside to watch some moon and stars in the clouds. Huh. What do y'all think about that? We've heard the 12 times, right? Was in the area near the home.
I think it 23 times, that must mean 11 times was during the
Oh,
daytime.
yeah, we were talking about this
Because
last
12
night.
times was at late at night, early morning hours, right?
Oh, I
So,
know. But I'm saying we had always heard about the 12 times. Now we're hearing 23 separate times between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. It says between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate
oh,
instances.
it's 23 between 20. Oh, okay.
So, yeah, his phone utilized a cell site identified as part of page 28 between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate instances between July 9th to November 7th. So they were all at night, late night, is what I'm getting at.
Well, that's even more damning than than the 12.
You know what else
Yeah.
is damning?
What's that?
Is that July 9th? We were just looking at
Oh,
this
that's right.
last night.
Yes. Yep. That's the pool party.
Pool party date.
Is that the Grove?
Yes.
It was on July 9th. Yep, because we even looked up
Interesting.
the text from Christian Martinez just to verify it.
It's in an interview. They show screenshot of his text message, and you can see the actual date where he's like, "Let me go get my trunks." You know.
So guys,
So
tell
much stuff now. Like it's just all so damning.
But there's
and then the
probably
next day he thanked him for inviting him,
What-
and he
wait,
said it was very interesting.
we probably have listeners who don't know what we're talking about.
That's
so
right.
Yeah,
let's let them know what we're talking about. So like they had just brought up, there was a party at an apartment complex called the Grove in Moscow, and that was on July 9th. Brian Koberger attended that party. And Dolphin, you had said you saw the text exchange between the guy that was there and Brian
Yeah, I can
Koberger.
pull up the video if you need me to. We just looked at it last
We'll
night.
go. Yeah, hang on. Let me write down what page I'm on this one, page 9, and I am on the. I don't want to lose which document that I was looking at because I want to finish reading a little bit of this. Yeah, we'll get that up. Let me pull this down.
Let me just find the spot.
Okay.
It was something on Law and Crime Network.
All right, guys, we'll pull this up to give you a little bit of the backstory here. Now, again, it's interesting because of that date, like we just said, and the fact that this pool party, oh, sorry, I was just looking at back chat. Okay, so let me pull up Dolphins. So again, there was a pool party held at the Grove apartment complex. Brian Koberger was there, and he had texted with the guy that he knew that he was going to go over there and hang out with. Now, do I have this wrong? Isn't that the guy that his dad met?
Yes.
This is right after Brian Koberger arrived, guys. He got there in June. So his dad's helping him get settled in, and his dad strikes up a conversation with somebody in the parking lot at the apartments that Brian was moving into. And he tells him, this is my son Brian. He's a little shy. He needs to make new friends. So the guy agrees. He's like, well, we're going to have a pool party. Maybe I'll invite him. Is that how that pretty much went down?
Yes.
Okay. So then this guy ends up inviting Koberger over to the pool party. Dolphin, whenever you're ready, I'll pull that up back here. Welcome in. Hello, Black Hawk. Welcome in.
I've got it.
Okay. I was reading a comment. Black Hawk, what do you know about hiking in the Lolo Mountains? What can you find out for me there, friend? All right, let me pull Dolphin up here. I don't see her screen yet.
Oh, I haven't shared it yet. I was looking at something else in chat. So there's that.
Okay, so we'll pull this up now, and
now I'm sharing it.
Okay.
You can see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Death or killing.
One thing that stuck out was it was kind of like on the subject of what it would take to like take someone's life. Like it was kind of like he was trying to see my perspective on, I guess, taking someone's life.
After the pair were first introduced last summer, Martinez invited Koberger to a pool party, and they saw each other occasionally after that. At that same party, Zach Cartwright met Koberger for the first time.
He did seem pretty kind of just socially awkward and kind of hard to carry a conversation with, if I remember correctly. But besides that, he mainly just stood to the side and was really observant, and so much so that based on that one small interaction, he knew exactly who I was maybe a month or so later when I saw him on that hike.
When they crossed paths again, Cartwright says it was strange how quickly Koberger recognized him.
It was really weird how he approached me and the people that I was with, because he acted kind of like we were best friends, or it was like a reunion or something, and he was really excited to see us, and I had no idea really who he was right at that second.
Those two small interactions.
Okay, now let me back up to show you guys the text messages. I just want you to
Look at
hear
there.
both
He
of
ran
them.
into Koberger on a hike. Interesting.
Okay, so you can see these. Like
Yes,
right
ma'am.
up here, it says to Brian, text message, July 8th. It's Christian, July 9th. Here's the address to where the pool party is. Starts at 2, but me and Gabby are going to get there early to help my buddy move some DJ stuff. The DJ is the second guy who was speaking. And Brian says, thanks. I have to run and get trunks. July 9th, 12:46 p.m. Christian says, right on, dude. July 10th, he says, that pool party was an interesting experience. Thanks for the invite.
An
Okay.
interesting experience.
Hmm.
Wow. So, young black economist, yeah, there's never been any proof that any of the victims were at that pool party. We just found it interesting that there's this in this date mentioned in this document, this time of the pool party. So that's the only. But yeah, it's never been proven that those girls were at that party anywhere.
Yes, it's another interesting coincidence.
I know. But his comment to me is interesting. The pool party was an interesting experience, he said. Thanks for the invite. Huh.
Maybe he's never been invited to a pool party before. I don't know.
It's interesting experience, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Um,
Well, he's socially awkward. He didn't know how to word
well,
things.
I'm taking that into account. I guess in the back of my mind, I can't unsee what Anna's caused me to see now. I saw it a long time ago, but yeah, yeah. I know what's there, but you're a full ass grown man, functioning human being, capable of going to one of the best colleges for studying what you studied. Come again with your I can't conversations. My mama always said can't never could do nothing. She's always said that. So yeah, guys, the pool party. That's what we were talking about when that date popped up here in this document we were just reading. So I got to get my screen back up for that. V, you're silly. Okay. Hello, Jack. Welcome in. All right. Let me make this big so my blind self can see. Okay. Get back to where I was at. Because I want to go into the latest one. Finish this one up. Okay. Boy, it is just a thundering outside, but it's not raining. I thought it was like clearing out of here. Okay, let me get it back up. Back to my page. All right, let me get the screen back up here. Okay. So yeah, they're trying to say, or they're going to say that that phone was there 23 times on separate instances between July 9th and November 7th. Now, considering the date of that pool party and the proximity to the King Road home, would the tower place him near the home because he was at that pool party? Are we working off the same tower here? Which sector? Which way am I facing? All these things matter to me. I don't, and they always will, I guess. All right. Balance will testify that the 8458 phone used cell site cell sites consistent with being at the crime scene during these dates and times. Balance will further testify that the hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. were identified by the investigative team as times of interest. The state has not disclosed its analysis in its 217 disclosure. It was these times the state claimed was cumbersome and a waste of time to analyze. Mr. Koberger provides Exhibit 2, the affidavit of Cy Ray, to support his motion to exclude S.A. Balance's testimony. The witness must be excluded, says Ann Taylor and Cy Ray. Bernhard, Heather, and Jared. We looked at these guys the other day. Remember, we took a look at who that's that married couple. Initial disclosure 12/18/2024. The disclosures leave out any analysis and any opinion about user behavior and actions on a PC and opinions of gaps. That's interesting wording there. So she's going to go on and talk about all the different experts in this case that they were trying to keep out. And as we move through some of those, we'll get into more of that. But we went over those documents as well. Okay. So Cy Ray said in his hearing that these timing records were not available, or excuse me, they were available before, what was it, May? March. It was only available to law enforcement such as FBI. Local authorities weren't getting the information. During the time frame, allegedly, that Koberger's warrants were ran, that's what the local authorities got, was what they normally would get. The FBI could have received more, according to Cy. But did they? If they did they produce it to the state? Why wouldn't they? Especially if it had a lot more, if it was ethically gotten and it was legally obtained from AT&T, what's the problem here? Especially if it shows something that, advanced that you could see about this phone that you couldn't tell before. And there's a discrepancy about how long the records were kept and things of that nature. 7 days, then they changed it to like 13 months, AT&T on their end. And we'll take a look at some of that. We're going to look at the latest filing that just dropped in the case pertaining to these, because you guys know we've read most of them. No, you can't compare. Yeah, okay. Let me get to the documents again and bring up the one that just released recently, just over the last couple days. Like I said, they did drop a couple of new things, and they were just like a lot of formalities. One is an order sealing an exhibit for the defendant. The defendant filed something about the text messages, the admissibility of the demonstrative exhibit, undisclosed expert testimony. That's the motion in limine 2. We're going to look at that as well. But let's look at this one first. And this one is... Okay, whoa, get back here. All right, let me get the screen up. Okay. So this one was just filed on the 26th of March here. Notice of filing the affidavit in support of defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine. And this is concerning the AT&T Advance Records. What we have attached is Cy Ray's affidavit, and this is one of them. There's like two documents, I think, with it, and they each have one. And this is just telling you, who he is. He's over 18, all that good stuff. I've been working in the field of call detail record analysis for over 25 years. I became a certified police officer in the state of Arizona in 1996. I worked with my first set of AT&T records in 1997. I spent nearly 20 years in law enforcement in the primary role of a detective. I have worked hundreds of death investigations and consulted on over 1,000 homicide cases in my career. In my role as a detective, I gained extensive experience utilizing call detail records and exploring cellular networks for investigative related purposes. In 2014, I retired from law enforcement and started a business called ZX that created software for law enforcement to map and analyze call detail records. As a part of that business, we maintained software that supported every known call detail record provided to law enforcement in the United States. To date, the system has analyzed over 3 billion calls from call detail records provided by cellular phone companies in the United States. In 2021, LexisNexis purchased ZX. And to date, it is still using and selling the software I created. So he sold his company ZX back in 2021. I have worked directly with engineers at the cellular phone companies for over 2 decades, and I am intimately familiar with the type of data they maintain in the normal course of business and provide to law enforcement through a legal demand process. In addition to my law enforcement experience, I have instructed classes on utilizing cellular records in criminal investigations for nearly 20 years. I have had over 30,000 law enforcement officers attend these courses and or presentations on the subject matter. Law enforcement people. In 2014, that was in 2014, I created the first geolocation cellular investigation subject matter expert course in this field, offered to state and local law enforcement officers. As a result of this work, I have established well-known and used best practices within the discipline of call detail record analysis. Again, CDL, the call detail records, CDRs. Sorry, I couldn't say it right. Over 1,000 law enforcement agencies have attended my courses on the subject matter of cellular record analysis, to include, he says, the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, DEA, and DHS. Through my work in this discipline, I am regularly consulted by the prosecution on investigations around the world. As a recognized subject matter expert in this field, I have testified on the matter more than 100 times throughout the United States in both federal and state courts. Apart from this case, all my testimony in this field has been on behalf of the prosecution. It is only rare cases and circumstances that I ever consider working on the side of the defense. I have worked extensively with timing advance data from the cellular phone network providers over the past 15 years. I have testified to the use of timing advance data numerous times. I have created hundreds of classes on this subject matter to law enforcement. I am extremely familiar with the type of timing advance records available from U.S. cellular providers, their retention periods, and the legal process to obtain those records. Timing advance records are maintained by cellular network providers that provide a time measurement. This time measurement refers to the amount of time it takes a radio signal to travel from a cell site to a mobile phone device and back to the cell site. Given this signal travels at a known constant speed of light, it is possible to use the measurement to determine the distance the mobile device is from a known cell site. So he's trying to explain how they're going to measure how far a phone was away from the cell site, right? And again, this is all based on call detail records. And then what he's talking about being the timing advance records being maintained. Um, okay, when multiple cell sites record timing advanced data in short periods of time, it is possible to use triliteration to determine the location of a mobile device. The use of timing advanced data in this matter is one of the most accurate ways for law enforcement to locate a mobile device. Given these records are available in a historical context, it is possible to conduct analysis of timing advanced data to pinpoint historical locations of a mobile device at a given date and time. It is also possible to determine routes of travel, stagnation, and when a mobile device is powered on and off. So, according to Sa, they should know if it was on or off. As a result of its accuracy, requesting timing advanced data has become a standard practice for all law enforcement in the United States and is regularly requested through legal process relating to a criminal investigation. How y'all doing over there in chat? Am I boring y'all to death with this read? Because this, to me, it's fucking super interesting. How many seconds does your phone take after regain signal activate? It doesn't take long. My phone's on a VPN, and when I'm, if I dip out of service for a minute, I know when it's coming back on because I drive, the routes I drive. And you would think with Koberger being an avid, runner, hiker, driving around as the weather changed and school started and all the things he said he did, that he would like have a route that he liked to drive, right? Like he's gonna know. Like, wouldn't you take your phone along, especially if you're new to the area? You're like, I'm gonna go check out this long ass country drive. You got your phone just in case you get lost. Like, oh heck, I don't got no signal here. Oh, there's another spot. I'm gonna need to remember that stuff. Maybe I should download my map offline. Ooh, I just thought of something.
Yeah, that's what he should have done.
I'm just saying, right, girl? And my mom was like, wait a minute. Did you or did you not? If you've been there for a few months, you probably knew that route. It's not a hard route to go. I don't think a phone would be needed to get there because I don't think there's much chance of getting lost if you're just driving straight from Moscow back to Pullman going the route they allege the car went. You take your chances on breaking down if you want, but I don't think you're going to get lost unless you haven't driven it before to time things out and to see what up. Practice runs. Okay. Right. My chat has gotten so small over here I can't see you guys. There we go. You guys have got some good comments. Tripp says serial killers don't always pick a certain victim or victims, but target a rich environment with easy access. It's true. That is so true. Okay. Trying to keep that where I can keep my chat big too so I can keep up with what's going on. Okay. So look, here, you know what? If somebody has an open Wi-Fi, right? What if they have a password secured Wi-Fi? Is it still going to touch, right? Is it still going to shake hands, right? Right. You just can't
Doesn't
access
matter.
it.
It'll come up on that available networks list.
Right, because it does. Yeah, and you can see the ones that are locked that you can't access. So this, yeah, because we've all wondered about Kaylee's little, what was that she had in the room? Did she have a Nest or a Alexa or whoever? What the little thing she had?
Oh, her Bluetooth speaker?
Her Bluetooth speaker, yeah, that
They
thing.
keep talking about?
Did did something touch that, or anything, even their own household Wi-Fi. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'll get back to this document so we can finish this one out. All right. So he sells over to, as of the year 2021. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Start at the beginning there, so I didn't. That's where we were at. AT&T Timing Advance. In August of 2021, I was approached. This part is like, I was like, what? I was approached by an FBI special agent to assist in analyzing a type of record set identified as AT&T Timing Advance Report. So he's saying that occurred in August of 2021, long before the state is claiming those reports were available. Now get this. AT&T Timing Advance Report, and it was the first time I was made aware of this type of data from AT&T.
Yeah, this isn't specific to Brian's case. This is something else. He's just talking about
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm talking, because it says 2021. This was before the crimes. That's what oh, okay. If I didn't explain that, guys, I thought that that was, yeah, because I'm just reading on. Okay, this is a different case, and I get that, but it's still going to pertain to what we're talking about here. If this guy's telling the truth about what he's out here trying to put out, that is what I'm looking at here. But yes, this was in August of 2021. So like I said, that tells me Cy believes these AT&T Timing Advance reports were available long before the state claims they were available. Now it gets interesting what he says here. He was approached by an FBI special agent to assist in analyzing a type of record set identified as AT&T Timing Advance Reports back in 2021. And it was the first time I was made aware of this type of data from AT&T. Before that, he didn't know it existed. Upon request, I can provide the date, time, and location, and the FBI agent I assisted with the record set. Can you? Because I'm interested. I want to see that. As of the year 2021, AT&T had not officially released a timing advance report to law enforcement. Therefore, the ZX software program did not yet support AT&T Timing Advance Records. It didn't support it yet because they didn't know about it, right? It didn't exist. As a result of this interaction with the FBI, I obtained a copy of the Timing Advance Report from the special agent and forwarded it to our software engineers to write a code within ZX system to support future uploads of this Timing Advance Report format. Do you think he did that? You think he got his hands on something he shouldn't have, and he developed some software anyway? Because here it says the next day, I was informed by special agent that the AT&T Timing Advance Report was not supposed to be released, viewed outside of the FBI. And that individual requested I return the report and not have any software developed to support the data they had shown to me. I'm sorry, but my brain got right there. Just that whole entire statement to me is like, what? You got your hands on something you weren't supposed to get your hands on. You were ready to write code and develop a system, and you're going to tell me you didn't make copies of that shit? And do it anyway? And I also want to know who's lying here. Was this stuff made available to the FBI prior to 2021? I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T was providing the FBI with timing advance reports prior to August of 2021, completely contradicting what the state of Idaho is saying. But I think Cy might be a little sneaky here. I want to know what he did once you're looking at this information. It's brand new. You're like, you've never seen it before. These AT&T timing stuff. The year's 2021. Then you get a call the next day from that same FBI dude's like, oops, my bad. You weren't supposed to see that. Give it back. It just makes me wonder, did the FBI have it the whole entire time? And if they did, why wasn't it shared? Is Cy telling the truth? Did he really see that? Is he basing all this knowledge about these reports existing based on something he thought he saw? Because that's what this reads to me. He saw a report and it was called this report, and then the next day had to give that report back, and that's how he knows they existed. So that's not like that's like hearsay, right? Would that be hearsay? I object. AT&T legal demands. During my career working with cell detail records from every cellular provider in the United States, I've been involved with thousands of cases in which call detail records are obtained from these companies. Leading the way is the establishment and best practices within the field of investigation. I wrote and provided custom search warrants for every provider and distributed them to thousands of law enforcement. I have worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that the AT&T GLDC is one way, not the only way, for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Again, he has firsthand knowledge that there's another way to obtain call detail records from AT&T without going through the GLDC. Over the course of many years, AT&T has had several different programs and partnerships with federal law enforcement, primarily the FBI, that allowed for call detail records to be disseminated to the FBI without going through the standard GLDC process. The first AT&T timing report I was presented and had a chance to review and become familiar with was in August of 2021. Was obtained from AT&T through one of these programs. We just read about that. That's the one he's talking about that he saw back in August of 21. I've been involved in numerous investigations where AT&T call detail records were obtained through these AT&T programs outside of the GLDC. I have firsthand knowledge and experience in working with individuals at AT&T associated with these programs. One such individual is Boyd Jackson. Mr. Jackson is a program director at AT&T who manages many of the programs I am referencing. Mr. Jackson is the primary contact for the FBI when requesting records outside of the standard GLDC process. Do y'all think there's a chance the FBI did have those records, and what the hell's up with this? I got your comment there. I like that. So I'm checking out comments, guys. What are you guys' thoughts on this? All this, is this a bunch of nonsense to you? The guy did it, he didn't do it, because this is going to prove whether your guy did or didn't do it. It's going to help. Let's put it that way. Prove one way or the other of different things. Because, like I said, you got your sheath DNA. You got your grainy car footage from all over town happening. And then you got your phone data, and turning that phone off, the times it was turned off that morning during the crimes, that evening after the crimes, all huge. And I wish they did have these advanced timing records, because apparently they're going to show a whole hell of a lot that we need to know.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they actually have.
Right? Because like I said, they can tell if a phone was turned off or on or just lost a signal. All that, I can't wait to see all that information come out finally. Because I know a lot of people out there are banking on, Cy-Ray. Everything's on Cy-Ray. But Cy-Ray's training is not nearly is what it's not near as good as Nick Balance's training. Do you know what I mean? It's not. I've like we he talks about his training in the other search warrant as well. I mean, not search warrant, affidavit. Um, he hasn't really went to school for any of this. He's pretty much self-taught, basically. So there's that. I may need to get up and shut my window. It's like not open all the way, but it is raining.
Yeah, it started here
Is
too.
it raining there too? Yeah, it's
Mhm.
threatened. It's threatened here all day. I could hear the thunder out in the distance earlier, and I thought it was going to clear up at one point, but no, it's here. It's kind of like, would that be sleeping weather, right? I got to check this window, guys, and make sure there's no rain coming in my window. Hold
Okay.
on 1 second.
Yeah, I agree with you, young black economist. I need to see what happened with the phone too. I just want to know the truth. And I mean, honestly, I do agree with Anne. If what she says is true, and they don't have all of the data or whatever, I would have a problem with an expert just coming in with a PowerPoint presentation or whatever. So,
Okay.
yeah, I would want to know that she has all of the data, you know,
Mm-hmm.
too. So.
Yeah, because why not have it, right? Why not? Um, Hello, Miss Shorty. Welcome in. Okay, I'm just catching up over here, guys, making sure everybody's good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate all of you being here. Um, Z says, I'm assuming that the defense, Cyray, have Brian's data. Yeah, they have it. Anne's got all that. Or, she says she does in these documents. And that's where they're getting this 7-minute discrepancy, car going a different direction, turned off at a different time. They're seeing all that in the discovery. Um, okay, so he refers to his buddy here, Mr. Jackson, who works is a primary go-to for law enforcement. The state is correct in their claim that AT&T GLDC did not provide law enforcement with AT&T Timing Records until May of 2023. Now, the state has said we didn't do warrants for timing advance records at the time we searched the AT&T warrants because those were prior to the date of May of 2023. So that is correct that if they only provided those to FBI and not local law enforcement prior to that date, they wouldn't have gotten those when they applied for those original search warrants on Kohberger's phones, AT&T 1 and 2 warrants. So then they retained that information for like 7 days. So once May came along and now we can go and look at these things, you can now pull these reports, would the data still have been there the way it would have been, right? Prior. That's the thing. As a matter of fact, in May of 2023, the working group known as GLDC had only begun their storage of timing advance records. The first official release of AT&T timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement until June 15th of 2023 by GLDC. So they're saying they got their first official AT&T advanced timing, and it came in after that May 2023 when they began providing these reports to local authorities. In 2022, the FBI obtained AT&T timing records from another source outside. So they are absolutely saying the FBI had those records the entire time. Do you believe they would have that and not share it with Moscow? Is it like the IGG, we got it, but we can't talk about it? Kind of thing going on there. AT&T's providing it. Do you know what I mean? It's just something they're providing to certain law enforcement agencies. right? Show that email and that affidavit. Okay. Like there's just some fishy stuff going here with this word salad stuff over when these records. Now the states claimed that they were submitting new information in response to all this stuff that the defense is saying, we got AT&T going to say absolutely this record wasn't available. Now is AT&T willing to say what they've been doing with the FBI for a long time? I don't.
Probably not.
Right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That might be a big secret. I don't know. I think they may have had it because there were things happening that makes sense that they had it. Now that I think about things. Okay. The first official release of AT&T Advance data was not provided until the June 15th mark. Okay. During this investigation, law enforcement obtained the following AT&T Timing Advance data. 2 of the victims had AT&T phones. Law enforcement obtained AT&T timing data on both of their phones. Who else had the AT&T phone, guys, besides Koberger? Which one was it? I don't remember now. So
I think Kaylee was also
Kaylee
at
was
AT&T,
Kaylee,
right?
huh? I think it was Kaylee. Law enforcement developed an early investigation lead in this case. That person had an AT&T phone at the time of the crime. Law enforcement obtained his AT&T timing advanced data. Law enforcement also requested a tower dump consisting of AT&T timing advanced data. This request involved AT&T providing all of the connections between 2 specific cell sites in Moscow. Remember when Ashley stood there in court and mentioned those 3 towers and the judge did his head and he's like, oh, don't make me give her a full Frank's hearing. Ashley, shut up. All right. Because she mentions 2 here. This request involved AT&T providing all of the connections between 2 specific cell sites in Moscow during a 2-hour period. So they're looking at probably the 2 in between the house. The house probably had 1 on each end, maybe. Towers, and looking to see what's there for that 2 hours. I don't know. Looking in all directions. The data produced was AT&T Timing Advance data. In all, there were over 3,800 AT&T mobile phones identified in the Timing Advance tower dump. They did like a whole ass geofence on that Timing Advance dump. No wonder AT&T don't want to talk about it. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, wow. That's a broad search right there. Kind of like them geofence warrants. The AT&T Timing Advance data was obtained by the FBI using an internal source at AT&T, Mr. Boyd Jackson, who is not associated with the GLDC working group. The GLDC was not used to obtain this data. A forensic examination of the AT&T Timing Advance records in the state's possession shows Mr. Jackson association with the reports. So they did an advanced timing report. I'm thinking out loud, guys. I'm thinking. All right. I was reading chat. That is in one of these documents. Okay. Because I got several listed here which pertaining to this particular the AT&T timing stuff. All right, so then they go on to talk about this work product is in the state's possession, created by the FBI, showing that the AT&T timing advance data was not only obtained, but regularly referenced and used in the course of the investigation. Its existence is well known to the investigators and the prosecutors. Chain of custody. The state has provided a certificate of authenticity to the defense in relation to timing advance records described above. Created in April of 2024 and issued by the director of the GLDC. Now, that would have been after that May date. Okay, I have previously worked within and familiar with Mr. Gordon. I have personal knowledge of the event Mr. Gordon was required to testify to. He would clarify that prior to May of 2023, neither he nor the AT&T GLDC working group was involved with AT&T Timing Advance Records. Additionally, there is forensic evidence contained within the records that indicate they were not produced by AT&T GLDC, nor were they produced in the year 2024. In reviewing this data, I contacted and communicated Mr. Gordon to clarify the chain of custody related to these records. Mr. Gordon and AT&T legal representee informed me that Mr. Gordon would not be the individual to certify these records if required to do so, despite issuing COA. In my review of this information, there is evidence to suggest the chain of custody involving these records and COA were produced well outside AT&T's normal practice. There is missing information and data associated with the request. The prosecution's prior claims that the AT&T timing advance data did not exist in 2022 further complicates the issue. It is my expert opinion that any testimony proffered on behalf of the FBI or AT&T on this matter would clearly reveal the issues. So he's saying, you let them get up there, FBI and AT&T will clarify and back me up. Evidence in direct contradiction to the state's motion. In my review of this investigation, I've read numerous emails sent and received by law enforcement pertaining to their investigation. One such email dated November 15th of 2022 was sent to prosecutor Ashley Jennings at her Latah County government email address. The email is from Moscow detective Lawrence Mowry. The email is informing Ms. Jennings of Detective Mowry's recent contact with FBI Special Agent Balance. Special Agent Balance informed Mowry that AT&T can provide timing advance data and make sure it is listed in the search warrant. Detective Mowry is specifically asking Prosecutor Jennings to make sure the AT&T timing data is listed in the warrant prior to the report for being distributed by the working group. Ms. Jennings did respond to Detective Mowry's email inquiring on the specific verbiage needed to obtain AT&T timing advance. This email is abundantly clear evidence that Ms. Jennings was not only aware of the existence of AT&T timing advance records in 2022, but also shows her intention to obtain it through legal process from AT&T. I think, let me see.
I found the document because somebody in chat was mentioning, wasn't there a statement from somebody, an affidavit signing that the advance records were not available more than 7 days?
And what's the name of that document?
Oh, I put it in there.
It might be here on my list.
Sorry. Oh, probably.
I'll have to look.
It is state's reply to objection to state's motion in limine, RE AT&T timing advance records on 3/24.
Yeah. State's reply to defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine, AT&T timing records, 324, 17 pages long.
Yeah. 17 pages. It's Stephen Gordon. It's like maybe halfway down.
Yeah, that's next on my on the list here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the discrepancies, right? And that we can see that each side's coming out with their filings about it. And
Because it
this
says,
email. So yeah, this email was in November of 2022,
mhm.
and it sounds like Ashley was asking him about the wording to obtain such a warrant. Because if you read right here, they informed her about the contact with Agent Balance, informed Mallory that the AT&T can provide the information, and to make sure you put it in the search warrant. And then Mallory specifically asking Jennings to make sure the AT&T data is listed in the warrant. And then she responds inquiring on specific verbiage needed to obtain the AT&T advanced stuff. So did they apply for it and still didn't get it? Because she's local law enforcement. It says before May of 2023, the only ones that could obtain it would have been Nick Balance and not the local authorities. It clearly says that. Is that right? Of the ones we just read that, right? So she couldn't have obtained it. I think the FBI would have had to obtain it.
Well, in Stephen Gordon's affidavit, it says AT&T did not provide timing advance records for phone number 509-592-8458. Timing advance records were only available if requested within 7 days of the specific time frame. Timing advance records were not included in AT&T's records responsive to the reference search warrant because more than 7 days elapsed between November 13th, 2022 and the date of the search warrant on December 23rd, 2022.
Right. Missing AT&T timing advance. Because see, this with what she's reading from is the one I have on the list next to go over, and that's the state's reply to the defendant's objection to the state's motion. And we're reading the some of that now. And then they include, this is the defense one, I'm sorry. And they threw in size. There were actually, that one also may have Ray's other affidavit in it as well, because there's two listed. And they both say different things. Exactly. Okay. So when it comes to location data from AT&T, timing advanced data can be some of the most accurate data available. Additionally, it contains connections to the network other than the typical voice, text or data connections. This allows law enforcement to only see more accurate data. Anytime a defendant's locations are a question, as a timing advance report would be asked for as a standard procedure. Timing advance report would be asked for as a standard operating procedure. Moscow Police Department, by way of the FBI, and with knowledge of the prosecutors, demonstrated the awareness of the standard procedure, and they obtained the records, the AT&T timing advance data, on over 3,800 mobile devices. Thank you, Miss Shorty. Bless you. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad you enjoy waking up to us. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I appreciate you being here, and always thank you for your support. I was talking about you this morning, looking at your the last stream you were held and talking about the Karen Reed stuff, and yeah, wouldn't mind having you up to talk a little bit of Karen Reed with us. I think you wait no more than I do about the case for sure. Thank you. Okay. So would this be the problem? Is AT&T allowing FBI to do broad searches the way Google was doing with geofencing locations? Because that broad search is a problem. If we're going to be fair and look at constitutional rights for all of us, not one or two, all of us, right? You got to have probable cause where you go looking into people. So when it comes to location data from AT&T, timing advance cannot be some of the most accurate, or can be some of the most accurate data available. Additionally, it contains connections to the network other than the typical voice, text, or data connections. This allows law enforcement not only to see more data, but more accurate data. Anytime a defendant's locations are in question, a timing advance report would be asked for as a standard operating procedure. Moscow Police Department, by way of the FBI and with the knowledge of the prosecutors, demonstrated their awareness of this standard procedure when they obtained AT&T timing advance data on over 3,800 mobile devices. That all had to come with them right there in the college zone, right? Around that house. There's a high volume of phones there. Let's be up for real. It didn't come from the countryside, all right? So that's something that they looked at. The parameters were set around the home, which is right there at the college. When detectives and prosecutors requested and served 2 different search warrants to AT&T on the defendant's AT&T account, they requested the exact timing advanced data they previously did when they obtained timing advanced data from AT&T on over the 3,800 mobile phones. These also maintained the same process in utilizing the FBI to serve the legal demand on AT&T. There is no difference in the verbiage, legal process, or individuals that produced AT&T timing advanced data on 3,800 mobile devices and the request for the defendant's AT&T timing advanced data that allegedly yielded nothing. Oh, she said it allegedly yielded nothing. What, out of the 3,800? Timing and advanced data on 3,800 mobiles and the devices, and the request for the defendant's AT&T timing advanced data that allegedly yielded nothing. It didn't yield that he was going 7 minutes in the opposite direction. Additionally, on December 23rd, 2022, the FBI sent a communication directly to AT&T, specifically detailing their request for the defendant's AT&T Timing Advance Records. So again, that's prior to May of 2023, FBI would have had access to said records. So the FBI sent a communication directly to AT&T, specifically asking for the timing advance records. There is no reason to believe AT&T would not respond to this request. Not if it was a normal practice that they did outside of their GLDLC, whatever the heck it was called. It is, in my expert opinion, AT&T timing advance data did exist for the defendant's AT&T mobile device in 2022. And it was requested from AT&T by the investigators involved in the case. The investigators previously demonstrated their ability to obtain AT&T timing advance data in 2022. Failure to produce the defendant's AT&T timing advance data is either a gross deviation from standard practice or initially withheld from release and discovery. I don't think they withheld it. I don't know what's going on with it. It is my expert opinion in reviewing all the evidence that has been disclosed by the state that AT&T timing advance data was available on the defendant's phone. Okay, so what if it was, by the time they actually did it, that, like you were saying, the 7 days was gone, right? The data wouldn't have been there.
Right. Well,
recover.
they allegedly didn't have his name until December 19th. So
no, they went back, right? So in the email exchanges, and when they're, I don't know if because they said in the other documents that I have laid out, they go back, right? And then they request those records. It appeared. But if they did, it wouldn't have mattered if they didn't retain the records beyond 7 days, because it was well after 7 days, right? They didn't offer the normal information. They didn't offer the preliminary information to local law enforcement until May. FBI would have had privilege to these advance reports well before that, all the way into 2022. And so that's what, that's what it's coming down. When were these reports actually obtained? How are they used? Are they exculpatory? Things like that. What do they show in detail? If they're so much damn better. And according to Ann, they got them. So either, what are they going to show me here, Ann?
The search warrant was dated 12/22/22.
Mm-hmm.
when did it come back? 23rd. It's for the time from June 23rd to December 23rd. So it's 7 days after. Because it's only 7
The
days.
warrant for his arrest? What the search? Which one are you reading?
Timing advance records are only available within 7 days of the specific
Oh, I
time.
thought you. I didn't realize you were reading that same document. Still, sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
confusing.
actually, is it? Um, that's why I'm going through them like this. Again, looking at these dates as to what they're saying. Then we're going to go see what the state has said in rebuttal to that, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I was reviewing it, and it's probably not interesting to a lot of people, but I don't see how it can't be when this is
It
this
is.
is
This is the hot debate right now. So
well, it's not just that it's the hot debate right now. If you have if you're thinking about the case and the evidence they have, it is absolutely important. Like I said, she's got DNA on it, left at a crime scene. Defense and prosecution have both conceded that's his. We already know we got a lot of car footage, grainy. We don't really know what all we can and cannot see yet. We know all their locations, and we're going to be shown those. But we know this phone was turned off at a critical time. And we got the defense saying, no, he was over here doing this. And we got the prosecution saying, no, he was over here doing this. And the defense has said his alibi will be partially corroborated by this phone data. So that's the big deal. This if all we literally have is grainy car footage, will it get that? Was that enough? To me, the sheath is huge. I can't discount that at all. But secondary, third, what else we got besides the sheath? We got this car footage and we got these phone records. We got inconclusive stuff under Maddie's nails. Nobody's argued that sheath's inconclusive, or we'd be sitting here talking about that right now. Trust me. The state, the defense conceded, hey, but it was planted, though. That's something we will be getting into. How do you say it's not the first time they've said that shit? So with this document, we're going to just see it's at the end of it there. And like I said, that was Cyray's affidavit, and that was included with this document. And this was the defendant's reply to the state's response and the 7-minute and the Nick Balance testimony. Okay. Now let me pull up that other doc. I got to go I gotta go check on the dog real quick, but it won't take but a second. I just looked. I don't hear her. She's not outside. Earlier, I let her outside before the stream, and I went to go let her back in, and it was lightly starting to rain. She was like, "Are you going to leave me out here in the rain?" I was like, "No, come back in. I need to take a bathroom break." So the next document that I was going to refer to, Firefly, I think it's the one you were just talking about, the state's reply to the defendant's objection, right, to the state's motion in limine.
Yes.
Oops, I got to make this bigger. And that was filed back on 3/24 as well. And it is right here. Like I said, guys, this is a 17-pager, but we don't need all 17 pages of it. All right, let me get this over. Are you guys good if I run take a bathroom break real quick?
Sure.
Okay. Wait, did somebody give memberships? Hold on.
Yes, you got a bunch of memberships. Forrest
and
Miss Shorty they both gave memberships.
Hold on, chat. Let me get over here with you guys for a moment. You missed the end of that affidavit. Did I? What did I miss? Okay. So let me get up here and acknowledge this, guys. Where'd it go? I'm not seeing it. I got that. Did I get it before that? Why isn't that showing up? Oh, here, let me do it this way. Duh. Okay, Forrest gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Forrest. And Miss Shorty gifted another 5. Um, Salty, you are my new favorite channel to wake up to. Thank you. Wake up to here in the future. Jesus, I love it. Guys, welcome aboard, all of you new members. I hope you enjoy being a member. We did a members only live last night. We'll be doing more of those coming up as well, and we appreciate the support. It's really appreciated. Um, we're a growing little community here, and we like it, and we like cultivating what we've got going on so far. Um, Again, thank you guys for your support. I really super appreciate it. It means a lot to us. All right, with that said, I am going to run to the restroom really quick. You guys can have a chit chat if you don't mind, or talk to the
I don't know.
chat.
The dolphin's here, so I can't talk talk to myself. So okay, go ahead. I'll be here.
Oh, Dolphin's not here. Where'd she go?
Oh, I don't know. She said she was going to the kitchen for a minute, so she
Oh,
might
oh.
be here.
Okay. Well, chat, if you have any questions, throw them at Firefly and see if she's got an answer.
Oh, good luck there. Well, I was just like reading
Thank you, dude. Go
what
ahead,
time.
read. Go ahead. Go
I was
ahead and
just
read
reading
read the
like what
box.
is timing advance? Timing advance is a method used in cellular networks to measure the time it takes for a signal to travel from a mobile device to a cell tower, allowing for the determination of the device's location. So here's my question, because I see in chat somebody saying the date of the email from Ashley Jennings was 2 days after, a few days after. But they didn't have Koberger's name then, so how could they get it ask for timing advance records for his specific phone then? So by the time they asked for the AT&T warrant, it was past the 7 days. I'm sorry, I might be really confusing this, but I have to work things through in my head. and nobody's here to talk to me. So if somebody in chat can clarify for me if I have that understanding wrong. But telecom provider knows the exact time it takes for the signal to travel so they can determine how far from the handset to the tower. So
I'm
this is
back.
for individual phones, right? I was talking out loud, but
Mhm.
so timing advance records are for the individual phones, right? Like it's not like a
Yeah, like it's on every phone number, individual phone number. So it's the location data
so that's what I'm
for
saying. So
each.
if the search
Or
warrant
I'm sorry,
wasn't
not the
until
location data, the amount of time that it takes for that device to communicate
with the
with
cell
the
tower
tower.
and it
And they use
determines
that
the
to
distance
determine the distance from the
from the
tower.
phone.
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay. So if the search warrant for the AT&T was on December 23rd and they can only go back 7 days from the date of request, it was well beyond the November 13th,
Hmm.
right?
I was in the right. I was in the kitchen and I was listening. But I don't know. Did you guys already pull up the
She's
that affidavit from the AT&T employee?
I was reading it and she's about to go over it. She's
Oh, okay.
going to check on something for a minute. But I was reading, like let's see.
Because I mean, here's the thing: dealing with the data. If
Mhm.
somebody from AT&T is saying, we only keep 7 days worth of, those specific records,
Hmm.
then it's kind of a moot point. And I don't know why. Then we're going back and forth about timing advance
Yeah,
records, or the state
exactly.
and the defense are going back and forth about timing records. Timing advance or whatever
Yep,
they're
yep.
called. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if they only keep them for 7 days and they purge it from their database, and
Exactly.
unless they're backing their database up somewhere else, then it's a moot point. And I mean, companies when they make like updates to their systems, they do patches, they do like complete like software updates, implement new software. They do make copies of their servers or their databases and then put that in like a QA section. And so a lot of times at all of these different major corporations that have databases, they do have copies of their database somewhere else, not the live data. It's just like, hey, we're gonna, you know, take this section and from this, particular time and put it on something else so we can play with it, test it, manipulate it,
Hmm.
whatever. So, but if their normal practice is to purge after 7 days, then it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah, I wonder why
And
that
they're
is.
arguing over something that they can't get back.
Yeah, it's but that's the thing. So Ray is saying that she knew she had access to it, and then she's withholding it, but it doesn't make
So,
sense to
okay,
me.
2 days after the murders, she knew she had access. They were talking about how to word the warrant or whatever in
Yes.
the emails going back and forth. So I'm like, we're 2.5 years, past that. It's
Yeah.
like, why are you nitpicking about, oh, she knew this back then? But the very first warrant was, what, 10 days after?
Yeah.
So they had the geofencing warrant that was a few days
Mhm.
after that grabbed the 3800, devices or whatever cell phone numbers. But if his was off, his wasn't in that or wouldn't have been in that, even if he had been right there by the house, right? So
True.
then it's not going to be in there. And then if they came back, well, what'd you say, December 23rd? So
Yes.
10 days later, it's not going to be there either because they get rid of the records, the
Right.
timing advance records, within 7 days. So, yeah,
It's like
I mean, it
it's not the
seems like
state's
wasted
fault then.
energy to me.
Yeah, it is because yeah. Because you would think if they had access to it, they would want it because it would prove their point that he was where they thought he was. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I can agree with that. Oh, goodness. Let me get back in my chair here.
Yeah, I had to go get something to eat, so sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I had to break open a cereal bar or Nutri-Grain bar or whatever these things are called.
But all
Oh,
this stuff gives me a headache because it's like you don't know who to believe. You got to look at the data yourself and break it down and figure out and say, okay, this makes sense, and that doesn't make sense what you're saying, and personally,
well, that's why we're looking at what size saying,
yeah.
because some of it doesn't make sense
Mm-mm.
compared to what I know Nick is going to say, right? With the way the way they developed their theory of their data, rather, not developed. That was the wrong way to say it, but how they obtained their data, what they did with the information, all of that. Size just kind of sidestepped a couple of things, and we're still going to take a look at something he did. We're going to pull up this next motion,
But
and then go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Somebody in chat keeps saying, but it shows the email shows her knowledge of it. But her knowledge of what? They didn't have Koberger's name, so they couldn't get the timing advance records for his name, for his phone number, right? Am I thinking wrong?
Wait.
Am I
So,
thinking about that wrong? Because I'm fixated on that.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 days after the murders. That's when
Yeah.
she
right.
had the email, and this is the quote unquote
Yeah.
knowledge of it that
Uh,
Neat Some Z's is
and look,
talking about.
but
Yeah, but it
if you
didn't have.
notice, when they talk about that timing report, it encompasses 3,800 phone numbers. It was a broad search.
Right.
It wasn't specified to Koberger.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they didn't know his name. You guys are right. They did not know his name, but they did do, the FBI at least, it appears, did do the broad search. Got the 3,800 numbers. Now you have to look at what numbers don't belong there. That's how the geofencing warrants work anyway. They look for odd numbers that don't belong. Right there at the crime scene, right near the crime scene nearest, and you branch out. So is that what they're talking about here? they got a preliminary very early on, broad scope look at things, right? And then still, they ended up finding his phone number eventually, but it's not going to show up in that advanced timing if the phone was turned off for 2 hours. It'll show up until a certain time frame, right? Till the phone goes offline, 2:54, and it's not going to show it again until it comes back online at nearly 5 a.m. or whatever it was. But so yeah, the first AT&T search they did on the timing was the one that encompassed the 3,800 people. And they ended up going back and trying to obtain those records on Kohberger, but then that's when the 7 days came into play, right?
Right.
After the May of 2023 change, where law enforcement could receive limited, Sy says that himself, they weren't receiving the full report FBI would have been receiving. They were receiving a limited report after May of 2023. And apparently, by the time that happened, it was too late to get specifics on his timing records. That's what I'm taking away from this. This is the ones
his timing records that weren't there. That's
right.
the caveat.
Exactly.
That's like the qualifier that like people aren't like considering.
Exactly. Because the phone's turned off, it's not going to be there, right? So, okay, this is the filing that Firefly was speaking of a few minutes ago, and this is the state's reply to the objection to the state's motion in limine, and it's again the AT&T Timing Advance Records. This was filed on behalf of the state of Idaho. Timing Advance Record refers to the data that is used by providers to estimate the location of a mobile device. The collection of this data is necessary for cellular network to work properly. Again, it's to see the estimated location of a device. Regarding AT&T, before June of 2023, AT&T retained timing advance records for 7 days. Now that says prior to June of 2023. So they started offering these reports in May. Then in June, they retained timing advance records for only up to 7 days. At that time, they were still doing that. These records were not routinely provided in response to legal demand prior to June of 2023. Remember, this is what the state's now telling them. After June of 2023, AT&T started providing these records pursuant to legal demand and began retaining timing advanced records for 13 months after the June of 2023 date, which again would not apply to Brian Kohberger. In this case, the homicides occurred on November 13th of 2022. Brian Kohberger was identified as a suspect on December 19th of 2022. Search warrants for his AT&T records were executed on December 23rd of 2022. At this point, timing advance records were not available for Brian Kohberger's phone to cover the relevant time period, which was November 13th.
Exactly. That's what I've been trying to say. So what are
Right.
they even arguing about then?
Well, it's Sy. They're just trying to throw shade.
They're trying to make Ashley look bad.
He's convinced the FBI had this information. I'm not so sure he's not wrong, but
They might have had it, but they don't keep it.
It's the FBI. They can do what they want with it. They've obviously have had access to this type of stuff. All I'm saying is I believe the FBI could have obtained it, just like all that IGG stuff, but we don't have to know about it in their eyes. Because it's just showing them, hey, y'all need to go look further here. Was it because that was a broad tool to start with? what else? The state itself did not have access to this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Even if the FBI did, they weren't supposed to share it with local authorities. They were trying to tell them, you need to go try to get these. Word it like this, see if it works. That's what this is shaking up to be. No matter what we, like it or not, that's just the way it's coming across to me. So the state obviously did not have access to those records. So, but Ann's too busy. She's been worried about the FBI for a long, long time. If you followed the case and you followed the court procedures and the hearings, you'll hear how concerned Ann Taylor is with what the FBI was doing in this case. And how that might affect her client's constitutional rights. Remember that. So that's why a lot of these arguments are being brought up, period. FBI's out there stomping all over our rights. Okay. Despite the defendant's repeated assertions, the fact of the matter is that AT&T did not provide timing records to law enforcement for Brian Koberger's phone. The state is attaching affidavits from AT&T verifying that the state did not receive timing advance records for Brian Koberger's phone. Now, Seaside, you're going to have a problem right there if you go up there and say that they're absolutely lying, but yet their affidavits telling us one thing. They own the actual company. I think they know what they share with law enforcement and what they don't.
Oh, look, the state actually attaches affidavits verifying what they're claiming.
Exactly. That's why I read these documents the way I'm reading them. Because I've already spent 2 days skimming through this stuff. These dates and these certain things that are popping out to me, my brain just works that way. Especially on critical pieces of evidence that I know that will absolutely matter in the end. So the state attached an affidavit because they said in one of their earlier filings I have listed here, they were going to provide more information to verify what they were saying, backed up through AT&T. And so here they are. They're bringing it. The state is attaching affidavits from AT&T verifying the state did not receive timing advance records for Brian Koberger's phone. See States Exhibit S1 and S2. Based on the above statements or inferences by defense counsel or the witnesses, there is additional evidence that could have been provided or was not provided is simply not correct and shall not be allowed. And then they go and cite Idaho codes here, 403, Idaho rules 403. Any probative value such as evidence is outweighed by the danger of misleading the jury. Undue delay, and that's the same standard lingo that they use. The state requests the court issue an order in limine prohibiting the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T timing advance records for Brian Koberger. And then we're going to get into the affidavit here. Let's see. So, Joy, you hope that after what happened with Vallow, and now that Ann's done cited that case twice in her prosecutorial misconduct stuff here, failure to turn over stuff, she's going for it. We'll see how that shakes out with the judge. I'm just checking up on chat real quick, guys. V says, Cyray said, this isn't a battle of the experts. Ashley's a sneaky liar. I don't know about that. But it is a battle of the experts. In my opinion, I mean, they're going to be up there trying to tell us how all this works. Let's see. Okay, so I didn't say he knew through contacts. We read it in his statement earlier, Need Some Z's, where he was working on another case back in 2021. and the FBI gave him some information called AT&T Timing Records he had never seen before. He was about to run them through create a program to read these things. Next day, FBI says, no, give that back. You weren't supposed to see it. That's what he says. So is that his only proof they existed before then? Prior to that date, 2021? I don't know. I found that to be odd way to say that. Instead of saying, I worked on the case, saw these, blah, blah, blah. But he claims he can provide dates about all that, when that occurred. Throwing some FBI agent under the bus. We'll see how that works out for him. Okay, this is from, as Firefly was talking about earlier, Stephen Gordon. And this is the GLDC from file number here, and he is from the AT&T Corporation. And he is going to talk about these call detail or these timing records. Okay, so he's going to swear that the information contained in this certificate is true and correct. He's employed by AT&T. His title is Director Compliance. He's qualified to authenticate records responsive to attached search warrants dated 12/12/22 because I am familiar with how the records were created, managed, stored, and retrieved. I further state that AT&T maintains records made at or near the time of the occurrence of the referenced matter set forth by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge of those matters, and the records were kept in the ordinary course of the regular business conducted business activity of AT&T. AT&T provides records for phone numbers 8458 responsive to a reference search warrant dated December 23rd for the records. They're authenticating their stuff here. For records between November 12th at midnight to November 14th. So they absolutely looked at this particular AT&T. Was this the second warrant? For Brian Kohberger's from the 12th through the 14th, related to the homicides. AT&T did not provide timing advance records for the phone number 8458. Timing advance records were only available if requested within 7 days of the specified time frame. Timing advance records were not included in AT&T records responsive to reference search warrant because more than 7 days had elapsed between November 13th of 2022 and the date of the search warrant, December of 2022. So what do you guys think about that? Do you think AT&T is telling the absolute truth right there? And Cyray's just full of shit? This again is just Brett Payne's search warrant for the phone, asking for all of the information pertaining to the phone. And the judge signed off on it. Again, with a Stevens little short, another authenticity of documents about the AT&T stuff. Again, it's just the same thing. This one, though, is for records provided for the phone number of Brian Kohberger, reference to the search warrant dated December 23rd, and these records were from June of 2022 all the way to December, related to the homicides. AT&T did not provide timing records for the 8458 phone number. Again, because they were not specified or requested within that 7 days of activity. They do not include AT&T records responsive to reference searches. So again, both sets of those, they're saying we don't have those records. AT&T is absolutely coming out and saying we didn't have those and we didn't give them to them. This goes into the PIN search, the PIN registration and trap stuff, because this was also part of that motion to suppress these items. And we're not really going to go into that. That's basically what the rest of the document was about on that one. So what do you guys think about that? Let me open up my chat, my thing here a little bigger so I can see chat. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. Yeah, there was the GLDC, which is the standard way normal law enforcement goes through to get their records. FBI had another way of getting AT&T records. We were reading about that a little while ago. Those particular timing records. According to Ann Taylor, everything was a secret. And secrecy. Hush, hush, right? That's not a secret after all. Cy isn't saying that the state received the records directly from AT&T. Yeah, they're claiming the FBI got them because the law enforcement wouldn't have been able to obtain them, but FBI would have. But would they have been able to see beyond 7 days if they weren't retaining records for that long back then? How many days we talking? You think there's other contacts that deal with obtaining these records that the court needs to hear from? You mean like experts? Because each side gets to choose who they want to bring in. Maybe Ann couldn't find anybody besides Cy Ray. I don't know. Nick Balance, he's the go-to guy for the FBI. It is what it is. He's testified a lot of times. All right, we're going to take a look at some of Cy's stuff here in just a second. Wow, y'all go hard after Ashley Jennings, huh? I see y'all. I'm not quite sure why, but I mean, Ann has said a lot of things too. Do I need to put her on the witness stand? 'Cause I got a few questions. Let's just be fair. Okay, let me get this out of the way. The baby lawyer. All right. This is a case that Cy Ray was on. Oh my god, my mouse not working. I wonder if my battery died. Nope, it's good. Okay. So this was in Fort Collins, Colorado. People of the state of Colorado versus Christopher Russell Jones, who was the defendant. The matter came on for hearing on August 26, 2022. So just a few months before the crimes in Idaho. Before the Honorable Juan Villasnero, judge of the district court, and the following FTR proceedings were had. At the request of the ordering party, this is a partial transcript of the proceeding that was held. Okay. Now, this is a transcript from a proceeding held in a different case, guys. I didn't read the good part of it. What good part? Like, I read a lot of that. What are you talking about? If you can give me an example. Because I read the good and the bad, whether it looks good on Koberger or not. I'm trying to read it. So if I miss something, let me know. I'm talking to you, hun. All right, so this is some Ray testimony here from a transcript from a case that he was involved with, or not he was involved with directly, but his track system and all the things that he works with. Okay, they're just going through the formalities right there. This is a motions hearing that was held back on August 26th of 2022, and the court's on record. So this is part 2 of motions hearing, right? Mr. McClear, that is the attorney. Yes, Your Honor, it regards Shrek. This is about a Shrek hearing, and I believe that's very close to what a Daubert and a Fry hearing is, to challenge the validity of something. Okay, the court says yes. Challenge to, and it's inaudible, and the court says correct. Mr. McClear says the tracks program. The court says yes. Are you ready to proceed? We are, Your Honor. All right. Who are you? Mr. Tibbetts. Then the clarifies that's right. Is that right? And then Mr. McClure says it'd be Mr. Cy Ray, Your Honor. The court, oh, he is on the WebEx or what? He replies, yes, he is, Your Honor. The court, okay, sorry, let me figure this out. So I guess I got Cy testifying remotely. Mr. McClear says, Your Honor, just to clarify on the issue, Mr. Ray is testifying today for the purpose of the Shrek hearing. And he says, correct. The court saw my endorsement of Christopher Tibbetts for the purpose of the trial. The court says, oh, that's what that is? That's kind of funny. Mr. McClear says, correct, Your Honor, for the expert endorsements for the purpose of the trial. The court says, okay. So McClure says he was endorsed. And the court says, all right. So let's get on to this Cy stuff. Okay, not for nothing, but Well, Mr. McClure says, well, the preview, Your Honor. The court says, prematurely, all right. Are you calling Mr. Ray? And McClure says, yes, Your Honor, I am. All right, Mr. Ray. The court says, Mr. Ray, I don't know if they can hear me. And then they go on through this, can you hear me stuff? Yeah, very well, okay. And then they say, all right, Mr. Ray, let me place you under oath, which they do. Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth and all that good stuff? And Cy Ray says, I do. The court says, all right, Mr. Clear, go ahead. And finally, here we go. Thank you, Your Honor. The court says yes. And this is direct examination of Cy Ray. Sir, if I could have you state your name and spell it. Name is Cy Ray, and then he goes on to spell his name. And sir, what is your occupation? I'm a director of LexisNexis. Remember, they bought the company. So I guess he stayed on as a director. Okay, and before being a director with LexisNexis, what was your occupation? I owned and operated a company called ZX. And then he says, well, let me ask you, ZX, were they the only ones that essentially had the tracks program? Cy says, yes. Trax is a mapping product of the ZX company. So his programs. And the state says, okay, and what was your role with ZX before LexisNexis? He says, I was the creator and the CEO. And then the state says, what about your role with Trax program? Cy says, I initially developed the Trax program prior to actually starting ZX. And then I was basically in charge of quality assurance management of the business as a whole. Testimony training, pretty much of the whole gamut there. State says, okay, if I may ask, sir, could you give the court a brief summary of your education and any training or specialized training that you have regarding the ZX program for CDR mappings, call detailed records? Cy answers, sure. So I have 19 and a half years in law enforcement. During my time in law enforcement, I obtained an associate's degree, but it had nothing to do with what we're talking about today. So his associate's degree had nothing to do with cell phone stuff at all. More specific to radio frequency, cell phone network engineering, I've had pretty significant training from a multitude of different providers. I had some basic training from the FBI early in my career, probably about 120 to 180 hours. Now, remember when he talked about training the FBI and different things, he was talking about training them on his ZX system, not training them on how to do their jobs, but on the program he was trying to offer for them to run their data through, that some courts kept out of court because it didn't meet the standards. I've had some basic training from the FBI early in my career, probably about 120 to 180 hours. Later in my career, I was in charge of running a cell site simulator. This tool it gave law enforcement the capability of physically finding devices. So it had the ability to target a particular device and direction and find or locate where that device is. In order to use this tool effectively, you have to be pretty close to the device. So as a result of that position I had with law enforcement, I did 2,500 hours of training with a company by the name of Digital Receiver Technology, also known as DRT Incorporated. And this training was specified to analyze or surveying a cellular network, understanding how the different cell sites were configured, how they were operating. At that point, we would create our own cell site. We would emulate essentially the networks that were targeting a device and we could broadcast signals that would attract to the target device to jump from cellular network it was on to our bait. Wow, that's their simulators. Our simulated cell site, if you could imagine that, and it's indescribable. So they had these cell site simulators. They'll put them up. Instead of your phone connecting to the actual tower it should be, that'll intercept it. It'll connect to that tower. And then they've got you. And this is a really interesting component of what's going to lead into tracks. And these are real life missions where we analyze phone records, we analyze the cellular network, and then we physically got onto the field to find the phone. So it isn't a hypothesis. It isn't indiscernible or applying methodologies. You know how us trying to figure out if we're at it or not. This is a scenario where we're physically going out in the field using techniques and these methodologies and training that I'm talking about to physically recover a phone. So they're going out and hiding the phone, and then they're trying to find it. I've probably conducted just over 3,000 of those missions in my career. I've also conducted those missions overseas. So I was recruited in 2010 with the DoD to do similar type work in Afghanistan. Recruited. In addition to my training with digital receiver technology, I've also had significant training with Boeing, the airline company, if you will. Oh, if you will, I mean what'd you call them? Did you call them a name? The fucking airline company, if you will. Is that what you said? Okay. But they also do a lot of radio frequency work. Probably had about 1,000 hours of training with radio frequency engineering. 1,000 hours. Simulating cell sites, creating cell sites with Boeing as well. And then more recently with a company by the name of Road and Schwartz. Road and Schwartz is inaudible. It's a big company out of Germany, but primarily what I've done work with them on is a network surveying. And the network surveying is physically going on and mapping cell sites and looking cell sites look like as far as their signal is concerned. Again, probably about 450 hours of training. But I've also consulted with them and helped them design their interference for their customers on how they use the product. And I'll spend a little time briefly just to explain what this product is with Rhodes and Schwartz, as I think of it will be pretty relevant for today's hearing. This is a network survey tool. And what this tool allows us to do is we can go into the field and we can physically map where cell signals basically interact with the population within cities, within rural areas. So this man's out there got his technology spying all over your asses. See you, Sire. This tool allows us to, if you will, drive a grid pattern through a city or a town or in a rural area. And we can specifically tell you, okay, the cell site number 6 is the primary cell site for this area. Cell site number 15 is the secondary and third. But it also allows us to analyze the overhead information from the cell sites, so we can actually see the difference in power levels and what those signals look like. We actually have created a database as part of this training and experience. And within this database, we have approximately 3 million cell sites that we've conducted this type of analysis on throughout the United States. In addition to that training, I've had experience doing the missions in law enforcement. I actually created the TRACS program while I was in law enforcement, so I used it actively in the field to find phones. Actively in the fields to find phones. He created his own device and had it in his cruiser and be like, I'm going to get you. Again, so not just hypothesizing where the phone may be, but physically analyzing the records. So you get records in real time? Going out into the field and recovering the phone or the person with the phone. Real-time records? Is that what you're talking about? When I started ZX, that training and education continued significantly with Rhodes and Schwartz. It's kind of like that geofencing would work, like when you walk into the department store and your app suddenly knows you're there and tells you about all the deals available inside, all the coupons you can use. Geofencing. We also have created training classes for law enforcement across the United States. We've had about 1,500 law enforcement attend our training classes. I created both the curriculum and all of the content, if you will, for those training classes. We've also created one of the only subject matter expert recognized certifications in this field across the United States. And we've got about 100 subject matter experts that we've certified. And it's probably worth mentioning that it isn't just law enforcement. We do have defense experts who have attended our courses and be recognized as experts in the field. And then before I conclude with, I am happy to go in more depth later if you need it, but we've also developed systems that have been used by the FBI, by the NFL for security purposes that have to do with radio frequency engineering. So example of that would be in the 2016 Super Bowl. He talks about that all the time. It was an open-air stadium. There was a drone threat perceived by the FBI. And in that particular situation, I created and developed an anti-drone solution that would actually identify the radio frequencies associated to drones. But more importantly, it would also identify the cell phone that was connected to the drone. To give law enforcement the ability to locate whoever was operating the drone. Well, that's pretty cool. There was like a threat. In summary, that would be a quick overview of some of my experience in the background. Thank you. Give me 1 second here, sir. As I just, let me ask you, sir, have you ever testified in court about the TRACS program before? And he says, I have. And he says, as an expert, I have. Do you recall what the states, in what states generally? And this was funny to me because he says, not off the top of my head, Cyrus says that. Probably more than half of the states in the United States. So I would say probably around 30 different states. I've probably have testified well over 100 times, both in the state and federal courts. And they go on to say, the court says, but to your knowledge, and then Cy says, I'm sorry, And the state says, I'm sorry. And then Size says, I was going to say to include Colorado. There you go. I actually testified in Colorado multiple times, as well as an expert to the tracks program. Not an airline, you're behind. What do you mean? Because they mentioned it a few minutes, the Boeing shit.
Yeah, Boeing. He said Boeing, who's an airline. No, it's not an airline. It's an aerospace company.
Aerospace company, yep. Okay. And I was on the stand. So they asked him about testifying about tracks. They were in reference. Okay. To your knowledge, sir, has the tracks program ever have been found to be unreliable in any of those testimonies? Size says no. There's two testimonies, and specifically in which certain parts of the tracks program were not admitted. But I actually completely agree with both of those decisions. That's an interesting thing to say, isn't it? There were in reference to exhibits where a detective used the tracks program, had added some of their own color, I guess, if you will. There you go. Mowry didn't know what he was doing when he uploaded Balance's information and added his own color to it, if you will. That was just me making that up, guys. That's not what it really says. Let me read that again just to clarify. They were in reference to exhibits where a detective had used the tracks program, had added some of their own color, I guess, if you will, to the exhibits that were being issued to the court. And when I was on the stand, I have never seen the exhibits before, and I was on the stand and provided the exhibits by the defense. I actually agreed that they were not proper. They should not have been allowed. And in those two cases, both of those out of the Massachusetts, by the way, both of those cases were out of Massachusetts, by the way, he says. Both of those cases are the only cases in which tracks program was not fully been used as, I thought it was 3 times, and y'all got in 3 times, you got out. There's been 6 hearings, 3 in, 3 out. So it's kind of a split thing. That's just my testimony. We also track the testimony of all the subject matter experts that we have certified across the country, and we are unaware of any case in which the tracks program has not been upheld as being scientifically sound. And then the court says, 1 moment, sir. Mr. Ray, you said that ZX was sold to LexisNexis, I believe. And Size says, that is correct. State says, okay. And then Size says, we were acquired May 6th of 2021. It's a little over a year ago. And the state says, and was there a vetting process to the people who took the place during the sale? That took place during the sale. Size says, yes, it was pretty extensive. Given the nature of the work that we do and some of our clients or customers, if you will, we do have a lot of federal contracts, and there is a public safety as well as national security issues with our business if it was sold to the wrong person or the wrong entity. So at ZX, we had to do what's called the CFI US review, and that's an actual hearing that goes through Congress. Believe it or not, we had to turn over about 35,000 pages of documents. That was an 18-month process. But yes, the inner workings of our business, how we do things with our customers, with who our customers are, the credibility of what we do, was all looked at during the process. And I may be using the wrong word here, but did you pass the CFIUS review, or is there a different term that they use? The court says, I don't know that this is relevant for our inquiry. This is None of the court's business. Okay, so then Mr. Christian and Mr. McClure go back and forth here. I'm just trying to get to like the stuff Cy says. Okay, Mr. Ray, the tracks program, just in general, can you describe to the court what it does? Sure, he says. We take a phone record from the cellular provider in the United States and we visualize them for a very quick explanation. And most of these records come in the format of like an Excel file, a TXT file. We allow the end user to upload the records into our system. And we provide some mapping visualization that helps the end user visualize what the location and or geolocation is associated with the data, and how it works. And specifically as to any algorithms or formulas that your program uses. To explain that to the court. Okay. Answer, I would. Question, if you could maybe just audibly, and then I'll have some follow-up questions for you. And then Sai says, sure. And I've provided this testimony before, so there's nothing proprietary necessarily or hidden about our algorithms. Essentially, we have a cell tower database that we have built. Not too far. Over the last 10 years. We've got about 50 million cell site antennas in the database. So what this means is, did I say 50 million? You have 50 billion, whatever that big ass number is. We have the latitude, longitude, location of the cell sites, the sectors, or the configuration of the cell sites. And then we have the drive test data that I was talking about. And programmatically, what we do is we provide an estimated handoff range. Estimated handoff range. And what an estimated handoff range means is that it is the most likely area that the cell phone is in before handed off to another cell site. Need a drink, one moment. So he talks about estimations here, guys, with these handoffs. The way that we arrange those cell sites is a pretty simple pragmatic formula. We, for lack of a better term, now it's done programmatically. So I'm going to try to visualize what the computer code is doing. But essentially it looks at the configuration of the cell site, the specific antenna being used, and we look at a 60-degree cone extending from the cell site out. Now, we've looked at those diagrams before on here of how that works. Extending the cell site out as far as the distance. We really don't cap the distance. And what we are looking for in that 60-degree cone is the next three closest cell sites. And we look at the distance of each of those three cell sites to the source tower. We average that distance. We then take the average of that distance and time it by 97.97. And that gives us our estimated range. So I'm sure there's questions on, but why do you pick three of the closest cell sites? Why do you use 0.97? What we do on the back end is we take drive tests and we break down these drive tests and say, okay, let's say we're talking about a T-Mobile cell site number 15. We do a drive test that collects the cell site data within the test with that cell site, and then we review that data to see how we can reverse engineer, for lack of a better term, the estimated handoff range that we saw with the cell site. And then how can we do that in the manner that we can replicate it across other T-Mobile cell sites? So is it all one big guesstimation from either side there, Si? And throughout the years, we have found that the algorithm that I just explained gives us about a 94 to 96% accuracy. I would say you're about right. And it's a variable because the areas that we're mapping are variable. the accuracy in Manhattan is going to be reduced. It's not going to be as high as the accuracy in, say, Fort Collins. Is a very different environment, and that does make a difference. So when I say the accuracy rate is 94 to 96%, that's why there's a variable to that. But the algorithm is known. It's anybody can replicate it. It's easy to test. All that. Take a look at chat. I wanted to read the rest. Let's see. We're reading documents from Idaho Hun, so which this one is not, it's a different one. So which one? The one because I just read two back to back. The one on Nick Balance and the 7 minutes that they were talking about, we read that one first, and that was the state's motion in limine. Defendant's reply to the state's response to the motion in limine number 2, and then we read the state's reply to the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine, AT&T Timing Reports. So we're looking at, but we were taking a look at that. I'm kind of deep diving the AT&T stuff. And toward the end of that doc, I think the only thing left was his affidavit, unless I missed something. I got how many pages those were all as well. So if there's something I missed, let me know and I'll try to get back to it. So this goes on and on about his. I wanted to get to the part where he testifies about what was allowed with this particular case they were talking about. Because it gets, some people don't want to follow it. They don't care. It's just a bunch of words and numbers to them. And to me, it's a little, I see it a little different, but I understand if it's not y'all's cup of tea. Mr. Ray, do you have a demonstrative or any kind of visual representation of the 60-degree cone mapping that leads into the averaging of the towers? Imagine that. A demonstrative visual rep. Sally says, I do, just to kind of put a little bit of visualization behind it. A lot of words that I just rambled out. It typically helps people if people see what I'm talking about. And then the court says, would you be able to screen share that with the court so that the court could see that process? He says, I can. And then, Your Honor, if he may, the court says, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Y'all do your thing. The witness, okay, hopefully let me know when you can see the screen. Looks like they got all that settled. Okay, I'm going to use, the witness says, okay, I'm going to use it's in Grand Rapids. This isn't going to be in Fort Collins. And the reason I'm using Grand Rapids is this is actually the exact demonstrative that I used in a prior federal case in which the same challenge came up, that this wasn't an accurate way to map. So this is how I explained it in that particular case. So I'm just reusing as why. Why in Grand Rapids? So sorry that I didn't create one for Fort Collins. Well, why not? Okay, but essentially what we're looking for here is the first thing we need to look at is cell sites. So I'm going to demonstrate in this indiscriminable. And the reason that is important to see before we get into this is not all the cell sites are the same thing. If you look up kind of in the top left corner up there, there's a big gap when we get to the bottom of the rural areas. When you look into the downtown area of Grand Rapids, there's obviously the density is a lot. It's just more dense. We have a lot more cell sites. So the ranges and handoff areas that we're going to be talking about today in this downtown area is going to be very different than the ranges that we see on these outside areas. No shit. That is the whole reason that the TRACS program uses some type of a shaded overlay, is that for a layman to look at that, to look at a map and to have some type of idea of what it means. If I put all of the indicators on the map that are the exact same, somebody could discern that this cell site tower way up here is going to act just like the cell site tower here, because the mapping that we see looks exactly the same. Oh, God, get creative. Okay, a layperson's rough estimate. And it is an estimate. And it is an estimate. I need to make sure that's very clear, he says. I don't know anything about this case or the prior testimony, but nobody should ever come into the court, say that this is a precise science and that we know exactly where a phone is at. We're simply trying to estimate what is the best way we can give you an idea of what the cell site handoff areas look like. So I'm going to populate one cell site and our estimated range of that particular cell site. And you see the black dot that's kind of on the right side hand. That's the location of the cell site. And guys, there's no, we don't have an image of what he's talking about. He's just showing the court. This is that transcript. The line that's extending from the cell site tower is the azimuth, and the azimuth is simply the direction that the antenna is pointing. So he's showing them a diagram of how that cone works. And what we do is we programmatically our database, we put a cone or less. It looks like a 60-degree cone, and that's what a 60-degree cone looks like. So he goes on explaining to the judge throughout this process of what exactly they're looking at with his towers and what their data is collecting. And again, they go the 60-degree cone. We take an average of those 3 cell sites, and then we times that average by 0.97. We read that earlier. And they're going back into detail about that. And I wanted to get down to the stuff that mattered. Okay, so when we have drive test data that's loaded into our system, that system specifically looks for is how often did we see this cell site register outside of our shape that we estimated. And that's where we come up with the 94 to 96% accuracy. The database that we're just and the database that we're using that consistent of about 3 million scans. So it's a pretty significant medium. We start to look at what is the data that we are actually coming up with, the accuracy rate, if you will. In a nutshell, that is a formula. Like I said, I've testified to this before. Okay, well, you can testify to before, but they've not heard you testify before. So spit it out here and just be done with it. Because I'm trying to follow what the hell you were all just saying. And there's a couple of things he was saying. Drive testing stuff is pretty interesting to me still. I wonder if he conducted his own drive test out there to compare for certain things. It'd be interesting to see as well. All right, so in this particular case, Fort Collins, somebody could take a cell phone out, and there's engineering modes that I can put a cell phone in, and I can see where the phone connects to a cell site. I can reverse engineer this algorithm, and I could come into court today and actually show where we're accurate. You think they were able to do some reverse engineering on the Koberger phone, even with it off? I wonder. I'm just checking on chat, guys, looking at the conversation real quick. Oh, but yeah, thank you guys for joining. So then he goes on to say that they've had this algorithm out in the public for well over 2 years now, and to date, nobody has ever done that. And He's talking about up here um, about how they reverse engineered that phone, right? The bottom line is this is the best we may have found for criminal justice entities, whether it's law enforcement or defense experts, because again, we do have defense experts using the same system. It gives some type of an estimation of what these cell site coverage areas, estimated coverage areas, look like to a layperson. Mr. Ray, and now, question, and now, Mr. Ray, as we can see here, the tracks program uses the parabolic shape versus simply just a wedge. And he says, why? And Sai says, well, again, I'll go back to the drive test. The concept that the covered area or the handoff, the estimated coverage area, however somebody wants to articulate it, is follows the wedge shape. It's silly. So he wants to simplify it for the dumb folks. That's not how radio frequency works, he says. The best way for me to explain it is imagine yourself in a very dark room, you're holding a flashlight, and you turn that flashlight on. Yes, the main beam of that light is probably going to be in a cone shape, very similar to what you see you've seen other mapping on where a cone shape is represented. But at the same time, I've illuminated some of the area outside of that cone. I've illuminated some of the area actually behind me. And we've had thousands of cases at this point where we have discovered that the phone is outside of the cone shape. Kind of like that hurricane cones we get. Don't focus so much on the cone because it could go left, it could go right, it could go down the middle. Just stay vigilant. I get your cone. And I would go encompass the whole circle. I wouldn't just do a cone. I'd be like, give me the whole circle. I want the entire circle. One of our bigger customers is a federal agency who goes out and hunts cell phones every single day. Oh, there's a federal agency who goes out and hunts cell phones every single day, and we work with them daily. And more times than not, they will find the cell phone outside of the cone shape. So we know that there's what's called the slide loads and rear loads. And just for clarification, the inaudible, the shape that you see on the screen here, and I'll kind of clean this up so we're all clear which shape I'm talking about. It's actually referred to as the radio frequency horizontal plane. This is not something that ZTEX created. This is not something that I designed by any stretch of the imagination. This is a radio frequency measurement pattern. What happens is antenna manufacturers will test their antennas, and that's called an Anunnaki chamber. So what do you think these radio frequencies are going to be able to say that the cell phone data itself isn't saying about this said phone? Basically, this aneotic chamber prevents, like any radio frequency, from bouncing off different walls. It is a perfectly clean, free space environment, and they'll test the energy that is estimated from an antenna. The shape that you see on the map right now, so he's going to measure this antenna stuff to help calculate where that phone was in proximity to these towers. The shape that you see on the map right now is a typical cellular energy pattern that is emitted from an antenna. We actually took the shape from the cellular manufacturers. For example, if you look at a T-Mobile cell site, and there's ways you can figure out what type of antennas are on a T-Mobile cell site, you can go to that manufacturer of that antenna, and you can actually download the space from the antenna manufacturer as a representation of what the energy emitted from the antenna looks like. So I've already called it a lot of different things, but technically it is the radio frequency horizontal plane. It is well used and documented not only in what we do, but within radio frequency across the board. And then Mr. McClure says, "Sorry, one moment, Your Honor." And the judge says, "Uh-huh." And then the court says, "Mr. Ray, you touched upon this." And he says, "Yes, with potentially other people who have critiques of Track's program. In general, what is that critique?" Cy says, it varies. I've seen basically that the cone shape is more accurate of a representation. I don't know what that can necessarily be stated because we don't know how far that cone shape extends is the problem. Because we don't know how far that cone shape extends, and that's the problem. So none of y'all know. And that was a problem that I ran into very early in my law enforcement career. And it was for testing where I used a cone shape in law enforcement for years. And one of the problems that I had in court was explaining how far a cell site could potentially reach, because there's no representation to the jury. At the end of the day, the exhibit goes to the jury, and we're relying on lay people to determine that the range looks like. So the whole Tracks program was based on the fact that we're putting some type of context to that. And he says, I've seen some criticism in a lot of papers actually published too on the max distance of cell site, which is always an interesting argument that people will try to make. It sounds like us. We're gonna make some interesting arguments, aren't we? But it's not the cell site that we're really looking at. It's the phone and how it's interacting with those radio frequencies. The cell site is much more powerful than the cell phone. When we start talking max distance of a cell site, we're really thinking the max distance of the phone. When we drive test, we can always see the cell site much further than the phone is able to connect to it, because the phone doesn't have enough power to get back to the cell site. Oh goodness. And and in all of our testing, we've actually documented where we were able to connect to a cell site up to 16 miles away. Well, I've seen that in other court documents. That's why it bothers me sometimes. 16 miles, 10 miles, there's a difference, I've seen it say 10 in some court documents. I think it's gotten better over the years with better accuracy, especially in the Daybell or Chad Daybell case. Wow. We could stream a movie. We could send text messages. We could have a phone call. But we have unequivocally proven that you can connect to a cell phone at least 16 miles away. I think I saw something in this case that there was this assumption that, and they're talking about a different case, guys. I think that I saw something in this case that there was this assumption that a cell phone or a cell site could reach 45 miles. A cell site can actually go 50 miles beyond 45 miles. So that's a common critique that we get, is that some of our ranging is too small. We've had a lot of cases, especially in the mountainous areas, where I get on top of a peak and I've got line of sight to a cell tower that's 40 miles away. And there's 15 cell sites in between me and that particular cell, at that particular cell site. But my phone still connects to the one that's 40 miles away because I've got the perfect line of sight to it, and I'm right on the azimuth line. That center cone, if you will. So if you step outside your cone, you're not right in that line of sight. It could pick up on a separate tower closer. Otherwise, it's going for that one further away because it's got a clean line of sight. This is going to be a good argument in court. So typically, those are the arguments that we hear if Cy gets there. But I think it takes away from the intent of the testimony and the intent of what we're doing with these records for law enforcement. These are estimations. These should never be relied on by themselves. At no point should a map from ZX or Trax program come into court, and we're basing the entire court case on what particular exhibit looks like, on what that particular exhibit looks like. So if Cyray bounces up in there with some Trax and ZX, can't base the entire case on what he's presenting. He just said so himself. Okay, Dolphin. Anybody have any comments? I'm up here reading and running my mouth. What y'all got to say? Let me try to catch up with chat. Yes, Dolphin will be streaming or gaming. I'm not gonna keep you guys much longer because I gotta still write down some key time for just from my own personal true crime brain. I've still got some stuff I gotta pinpoint with accuracy. I just wanted to go over some more of these documents with you guys and get your take on them because I don't know if it's just the drama of cases that draw people in, or if some are really interested in like the evidence talk. And I just know that this is going to be a big contention in this case. That's why every time there's a filing about it and I see the stuff Cyray's been putting out there with Ann, or what Ann's been putting out there, and now what's coming out, I can see what's happening with it. Of course it's out there to cause reasonable doubt. That's a no-brainer to me. But I've caught Cy saying some pretty, because remember, we're not hearing from Nick Balance. He's not saying anything. He doesn't have to. But we're hearing from Cyray about his own company, about his own programs. We have documents out there, legal documents about what was allowed in court by ZX, his company, and what wasn't allowed in, because that's happened as well. You know, and then for him to say, well, I got a sneak peek back in 2021 of what I think were AT&T timing records. FBI wanted that stuff back because I wasn't supposed to see it, but I didn't make a program to run it, although I was about to. Now I'm side-eyeing you, wondering if you did for your own benefit. I don't blame you. I get it. Saying things like that you just can't back up. He said he could provide the date and time and all that in the FBI agent's name, but will the FBI play ball? They might come back and say, what the hell are you talking about, guy? We don't even know what you're talking about. That agent doesn't even exist. I mean, who knows what they're going to say, right? There's other things that he said as well that I still have that we haven't presented yet. And I'm not really going to go spend a lot more time on this particular document because he does say things in here about why they were not allowed in court, what kept the particulars out of court when it came to Cyray's company, and what they were allowed to actually bring into court versus what they kept out. And like I said, there were several cases that things were kept out, and there were different rulings within different states, put it that way. So there's different reasons. So there's a lot, with that. This is a way that we can use another layer of evidence to either corroborate or disprove. And they're talking about the ZX program coming into court. Certain geolocations that are related to a case and their estimations. That's all they are, as they are rough estimations to give us an idea of where a device is at a particular time. And that's, he has said it right there several times, guys. Everybody in the back, listen real good. Rough estimation. That's why I can't talk today, damn it. Why? It's always on Sunday. Rough estimations. So anything Cy is going to present is also going to be a rough estimation. 7 minutes. But yeah, I gotta do some map work too and figure out how long it takes me to get from a certain point to a certain point in 7 minutes. You're testifying as to a product, so they're going back into the cross exam now. He talks about here how he had other things to do. I've sold my company and I'm moving on. Let's see. Question, you're testifying as to a product that you've developed, and it's important that this product be declared reliable, correct? Sai says, that's an interesting question. It's interesting that you answered it like that. It's important for these products to be declared reliable, correct? And Sai says,
right? What a weird way to answer that.
Sai says, that's an interesting question. Past a year ago, I would agree with you 100%. Kind of, I'm out of it. I'm on the tail end of this. Really? I have other things I would like to go and do in my life. Really? Like a podcast? And for lack of a better term, I really don't have much of an interest in it anymore. Oh. Ann Taylor, do you need me to forward this over to you? He didn't seem too enthusiastic on the witness stand. I'll go ahead and say it. I thought it for a long time, but I'll just say it now. I've other things to do. I've sold my company. I'm moving on. But at the same time, I received this call and I was asked to testify today. So I'm here, he says. You think that's how it went down in Brian Kohberger's case? So I was like, well, I'm here. Why not?
Makes you wonder why they called him.
Well, what if you went through a couple of other experts first?
They didn't tell you what you wanted to hear.
Yeah. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Like, lo and behold, you just know exactly which guy to reach out to. If he's got a reputation, yeah, Ammon may know some things, right? But lo and behold, the first guy you reach out to is like, oh, yes, yes, yes. You know what I mean? Or did you reach out to a couple that were like, well, we're inconclusive, or like, well, we could agree with the state's data. You know what I mean? Or do you finally find that one that says, well, maybe, but I reserve the right to change my mind later. I'll come in and do that much for you guys. Huh. What do we have here exactly? What's going on? Lordy. Dolphin Sirey exit stage left. All right, bye. Hey, what are you being lazy about? I need to... Where's my thing? I can't see you guys. I feel like I'm missing out on conversation because I'm not stopping and talking to you guys long enough here. Hey, Annie Ruler, welcome in. Joe, take it easy getting over there, doing all your packing and things you're doing. Getting ready for your next step. Joe's got Lori Vallow's trial coming up that he will be covering. We've been going over there and going over the latest docs as they drop over on Joe's channel. Let Joe or Forrest, one of you guys, drop that link in there. Drop Miss Shorty's link in there as well, please. Okay. I'm starting to get hungry, and dang, it's almost time for my nap, y'all. I didn't do that yesterday. I thought about it, like, as at the birthday, on the way to the birthday party. I was like, you know what? This is usually the time of day I'd like lay on my bed and chill and just rest. But oh well, I had a good time, so I'm glad that I went. And then I didn't sleep right last night. Kind of did, kind of didn't. That's my norm. So he apparently is on with his life. He's tired of this, all this good stuff. He received the call to testify, so here he is. Okay, question. Were you paid to testify today? Sai says, I am not being paid to testify today. Question. When LexisNexis purchased your product, what did they pay for it? Interesting. Sai says, I'm not going to release that. Mr. Christensen butts in and says, Judge? And then Mr. Leclerc says, I'll also object to relevance as to the purchase. Yeah, it's irrelevant. In court of law, I mean, I would objected to that question. He's not going to testify at trial, right? And then that's what the court asked. Leclerc, he is not, Your Honor. This is for the purpose of the Shrek hearing and the reliability of the tracks program. So that is why they are here. I didn't want to get into, the court says, I didn't want to get into the business side of things, so I'll sustain it. The question, again, your product is mainly used by law enforcement, correct? And Sai says, yes, absolutely it is. Then the question is, from the court, your mission that's shown on the ZX website is Trax was invented by cops with real world experience. And Sai says, correct. And then the court says, and it's in support of law enforcement agencies across the nation? Sai answers, I would agree with that as well. And the question, the court says, how many law enforcement subscribers are there? Sai answers, law enforcement, probably, I haven't looked recently. I'd say around 700. And when I say law enforcement, it will also include district attorneys, U.S. attorneys, arson investigators, so sometimes on the fire side, not necessarily law enforcement side, but I roughly would say around 700. Question from the court.
That's not
Go
a
ahead.
lot in the U.S.
I know. I was. No, go ahead. You're welcome to comment on that because I was thinking the same thing.
I was just stirring my tea and I was like, 700? And then he says, and that's including district attorneys, U.S. attorneys, arson investigators, every other, no offense, Joe Schmo, that he can sell this to. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that too. And the declaration of unreliability would damage your the question from the court. And the declaration of unreliability would damage your reputation with 700 law enforcement agencies, correct?
Why, yes, it would.
All 700 of them. Question. I'm sorry, answer. Well, I would think at this point we just for some numbers here, our system has mapped for over 2 billion phone calls, I think at this point. So what we're looking at in this case, imagine that times 2 billion. Yeah, if our system was unreliable, it would absolutely destroy the business plan. But at the same time, being in business for 8 years and mapping 2 billion calls across the United States and a lot of federal agencies' use of our case as well, I think that unreliability would probably have been discovered long before now.
Okay, hold on one quick second.
Go ahead.
2 billion calls, right? It was what they've mapped in the entirety of his program, right?
Mm-hmm.
Divided by, say, 360 million U.S. citizens is like 5.5 calls per person. That's it.
Wow.
Most of us make more than 5 calls in one day. So yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people do on their, I don't, but a lot of people do are on that phone all the time making calls. And if I got business calls and different things to conduct, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, he has an interesting way of presenting his numbers because, I was puttering around in the kitchen when he mentioned his, 2,800 hours
Yes.
of, training or whatever. Now divide that by like an 8-hour day, but oh wait, people in tech industries work 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. Divide that out by say 10 or 12 hours. Even if you did 8 hours, it's still not even a full year.
No, it's
So,
exactly. The
yeah.
training is not as extensive as people think. And that's part of why I wanted to read this document as well and get with his own words, right? As
And
to
I
what,
don't recall any coding experience
no,
coming from him. Okay.
Nope.
But he keeps saying he created, he created. And I'm like,
Yes.
yeah. And then this is why you can't answer the question when people ask you about the programming. You
Right.
can't answer that question because he didn't actually write this software.
No. He tries to allude to that, but if you look at and he talked about coding in the document we read earlier, and that's just not there. Not the way he's tried to, not the way people perceive him to be, right? Is this some great guy that's come out and saved the day with all these cell phone stuff he's able to do? Because it's not 100% reliable. And like I said, he has said some shady things that he doesn't seem to be able to back up.
Yeah.
You
And if you
guys can
code, you can answer any question about anything in the software. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
can you guys give an explanation for why people think he's a savior to the defense? I don't get it. What is what
I
what has
don't
he
understand.
done that they think that? I haven't been able to figure that out.
Well, testified in court that the state was up to something, and he threw shade at the way they collected their data.
But can you back it up?
No, he hasn't yet.
Yeah.
So anything that anybody, if you're evaluating the case fairly, you're going to look at all sides. But if you're people who have a one-sided view, you're going to take everything Cyrus says as gospel. Everything. It doesn't matter what he says at this point. Ashley Jennings is a big old liar. That's what I've heard for the past 24 hours on YouTube. Sorry, took a bite of my little thing.
oh, that's okay. I mean, even if she's a liar, let's just say she is a liar.
Hmm.
Okay. And Cyrus says, yes, they absolutely had that. Yes, they could actually get that. Blah, blah, blah. People are still forgetting about the fact that his phone was off during
Right.
those hours. So if his
Right.
phone is off, it's not there. Doesn't matter if it was available or would have been available if they did their warrant within the 7 days, whatever. His phone is off. It's
Right.
not there. I mean, if somebody tells you, hey, I can't have a baby, I can't have a baby. It doesn't matter that, oh, I'm female, I may have, a uterus, I may have the parts,
Right.
to have a baby. If I said I can't have one, then that's it. It's not up for discussion.
Right.
It's like, why are you still discussing it? That's basically my thought on this whole situation.
Well,
But go
because
ahead.
what they're saying, yeah, because Syed Ann's asserting that this 7 minutes deal that she's wanting to make a big deal about is in that AT&T timing report. And the state knows it, but yet didn't turn it over because it could be exculpatory. That is it.
It's so convenient that something that they can't get is exculpatory, allegedly. I mean,
Uh-huh.
you can't
And
prove it, it's exculpatory.
if they don't have an advanced timing record report, and the FBI never gained one early on in the case, even by the time they even knew Koberger's name in December, it was too late to get that 7-day record, right? It was just too late.
Well, you know what? Here's the other thing. They don't have, she keeps harping about the 7 minutes, all that. Again, that's 2:47 to 2:54 a.m. If they know, if she's so convinced that he was in this park or whatever, and maybe didn't like move because he's doing whatever he was doing in this park, where are their cams? Where are their cam
That's
records?
what
Because
I'm saying.
if you know he went a certain direction, how come you haven't gone door to door, knocking on people's houses, subpoenaing different businesses to say, hey, my client drove this actual direction over
Uh-huh.
here to the west? Where is that footage, right? Does this park have cameras somewhere around, the entrance that shows him pulling up, parking, blah, blah, blah? Do they have cameras somewhere in this park that shows, yeah, he was there all night long? No, wait, no, they don't have that, right? This is just ridiculous. It's a waste of time, on Anne's part. She's trying to make it seem like, there's something. Again, this is this super secret stuff that she keeps talking about, and whatnot. But it's like you're arguing a moot Point. If his phone was off, there's nothing to find. Period. Point blank.
Even, and I don't know where she's getting this 7-minute going the wrong direction thing. Even if they have the timing reports, or if they don't, there's nothing in them, obviously, because the 7 days had passed. But I don't know where she's getting that from, and how, unless he actually did go what if the state, as they continued to go through their discovery, realized that did happen. Okay, that 2:47 he leaves and he is heading that direction for 7 minutes, and that phone goes off. That still don't change the fact that it was still seen at what time over here at Floyd's, giving it time to turn around and head back the other direction, like we've talked about. I don't think that that's a stretch to think that that could have happened, right?
Right. But with the 7 minutes, and why another reason she keeps trying to bring it up is basically showing, oh, there are errors in the state's report, right? Their timing is off, blah, blah, blah. So if it's wrong about this, it's got to be wrong about something else, further down the line. That's another reason why she's doing it. But again, if his phone was off, he cannot and has not come up with some definitive proof himself. Brian knows where he was, better than anybody involved on either side. If he can't come up with proof where he was and his phone was off, nobody else is coming up with proof where he was. His defense team is not coming up with proof where he was.
He
This is
said,
silly.
she said that the state's own records would partially corroborate his alibi. Like, I'm not going to tell y'all, the state's records is going to tell y'all. Okay. Now, if you
Great.
look,
So the state's records are going to say that he was west of the house in
yeah,
another state, like over an hour before the crimes were committed. Okay, great. Kudos to that. I mean, but that
I
doesn't tell me where he was
Because
between the hours of 4 whatever and, 4 whatever.
right.
the only reason she's saying that the state's discovery will show where he was is because she knows it doesn't exist. And they're just trying to use that, like they're doing something nefarious with it.
But she has said it all along, right? That since the alibi came out, she has said that. When they're like, can you elaborate, ma'am? Where'd you go? People see you. What's going on here? She came out immediately and said that. No.
Since the
Because it
alibi
doesn't
that
look
they
good to
waited
say.
for so long finally
Doesn't
came
look
out.
good to say no. I don't have an alibi because he has no alibi basically. So
Well,
they had
again,
to say.
he didn't even have to offer one up, but he did. And the state was like, okay, now that you did, produce it.
Yeah.
And then when it came out, it was like, really? Now, how are you going to back up that alibi? Ann is the one who said the state's phone data will corroborate my client's alibi. Those were her words. Now the defense, whatever the prosecution has, is shit and doesn't matter. It's no good. It's no good now. But if you look at Steptoe Apartments, where he lived, 12 minutes over to Floyd's Cannabis. So she's got the 7 minutes she's going on and on and on about. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I mean, come on. We're talking, you know what I'm saying? The time limit there. If you leave those apartments and you go this way, I'll see my cursor. You're going out toward Pullman, out toward the countryside and out toward Wawawee. How far do you got to drive for 7 minutes before you turn around and head back the other direction? And we have some car sightings on these roads through here. We looked at them and mapped them out recently on a live. Look, there's North Valley Way. You could easily, where's this 7 minutes at, Ann? Are we even out of the complex yet from the actual student areas? You know what I mean? The college campus stuff. It takes a minute to get out of there to get out to the main highway. Stadium Way. Now, are we talking wrong way from here and going on Stadium, or going out this way toward the interstate here, or Highway 27? Either way, 7 minutes. It's going to take you longer than that before you lose signal completely without turning
Yeah,
your phone.
yeah. So if anything, he probably, if he did drive that way, he probably drove that way long enough, turned the phone off to make it look like he's driving that direction.
Right. That would be the whole
Nobody,
point.
like nobody's going to use logic and say, "Well, any idiot could just turn around and go the other way. Your phone's off now. You can't track me." So
Right. I
he
mean, that
had
was
plenty of time to do it and still get there.
yeah, and that would have been his whole point for doing it. There would have been no other reason. If he's the guy, and that's exactly what she claims has actually happened, that he is going in that direction for 7 full minutes before the phone turns off. Well, then I think common sense could be like, oh well, hell, did you just turn the phone off and turn back around? Car kept going. Car kept going toward Pullman, toward Moscow. Phone didn't. But what I'm saying is for her to make me, she can't say, well, he went to head out of town and lost signal, because that wouldn't have been within 7 minutes, is my point. See what I'm saying? You got to get
Yeah.
all the way, out here
Lose signal. Yeah.
before that starts to occur. Come on. And look, they got some businesses through
Oh,
here.
that's a
Look,
Ford dealership. You know they've got
you
signal.
know they
There's
got some
something else.
signal, dude.
University
Exactly.
Collision of Pullman. You know, all of that. Those businesses still
Mhm.
have signal.
Thank you. And then you got to get further out. Look at all that. There you go. There's your no signal
Oh,
area.
look, there's an airport. Looks like a little regional
Uh
airport,
huh.
but still. Oh, look, two
Look,
airports.
look. Beef Center
That's a
Airport.
part of the university.
Mm-hmm. Knott's Dairy Center, Whitman County Pullman Shop. You can't say. I mean, these people have to run their. Come on, come on. Okay, if you back out, here's the 195. Right. I was looking to see if I could see what I need to do. Well, there up here's where he lived. I was looking more for. Ow. All right, hang on. Let me get this map down so I can get my other one up. And we'll look at something real quick.
Should have taken the speedy trial. Hindsight.
Well, we don't want him to cry ineffective counsel or anything like that. He says there's masses. Ann's done told us how much discovery dump they actually have and how long it's going to take her 3 years to get through it. So therefore, it's our state's fault they can't get that speedy trial. Do you know what I mean? It's basically what she said. It's your fault. You are forced us to waive that right. Is exactly what she said, actually. Like, okay, lady. I don't know if you're going for a whole bunch of precedents here or if you just got throw at the wall good arguments. You know, I'm not even sure what's happening. Okay, sorry guys, I had to get this. Where'd it go?
Right now, I'm going with the let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of thing. It's kind of what it seems like.
Some of it is. A lot of it is, actually. Some of it, there may be an actual legal argument too, but I don't know. It feels like your experts kind of playing fudgy with the truth. If he wasn't doing that, it would be way different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay.
would love to hear him explain where he was that night because this is the thing.
Mhm.
This was a major event between these two towns, okay? He had even discussed this with the neighbor, that
Class.
part
Oh.
of that interview that we showed earlier, showing the text messages about the pool party. It's in that interview on Law and Crime Network that the neighbors discuss. Yeah, he mentioned, he brought up the murders to me.
He
Blah blah
sounds
blah.
like a crime of passion.
Right. Says, oh, I don't think they have anything yet. Sounds like a crime of passion. Well, where I'm going with this is when major things happen in people's lives, something that's super newsworthy or whatever, this would have been a super newsworthy event to these two little small towns right at that moment. People remember where they were, what they were doing. You think about 9/11, you think about, I don't know, anything. OJ driving on his Bronco on the,
Yeah.
freeway or whatever. You think about any major event and you will remember years down the road where you were, what you were doing. They only arrested him 6 weeks later. This is something that's a part of what he was TAing,
Yeah.
at WSU for. So they and his students, they were talking about this. He didn't really supposedly offer much opinion on it, but people were discussing it all around him. So in 6 weeks, once they arrested him and once he got Ann as a public defender, he didn't forget what he was doing that night.
Nope.
So that's what I'm saying. I would love to hear what he says, where he says he was, specifically where he was that night,
I don't think he told Ann anything specifically other than what came out in that alibi statement. I was out driving around out here, and I was not over there. Here's Pullman, here's WSU campus. Steptoe apartment where he lived is right here above the campus. Pullman here, the heart of the city. Okay, and if you go out the 270, so if you leave out of here from the apartments, you can go out 270 and cut back through this way to the 194. And 194 is going to lead you straight into Wawawee County Park. That still takes more than 7 minutes to get from that apartment out here to rural area where we don't have no service for 2 solid hours. You can't tell me there's no service all through here, even through this little part, right? And like Dolphin pointed out, with the businesses and the university stuff through here. As you get further out, this is the Wawawee Pullman Road. Look, Highway 194 comes right out of Pullman. So, okay, you went that way because you couldn't sleep, going out for your drive. So why not? Beautiful countryside. And there you go. Once you get out here, it's going to get sketchy. It probably. Look, there's a little community there. Some things going on here. They may or may not have Wi-Fi. They probably got cell phone towers of some sort out there. Now, I know people who do live in areas that they can't get cell phone service, but even the ones I know that live in the most remote locations and in the woods, we still get service. I can go to the river and get on my dad's houseboat in the middle of the river, walk to the back of the boat and not have any signal at all. Go to the front and we're going to pick up enough I can get through to 911 if need be. My sister and I know if we get in the boat with Daddy and we go out the river, we make our way on down to the bay, we have perfect phone service. Coming back up through the river, it gets real sketchy. But we have it. It's not like we don't have it at all. So, how sketchy is it back here? What will those drive times tell us as to why that car was? If you just give him that, he went this way, riding out toward Wawawee that night. Are we talking 2 full hours with no service? How long did that drive take, right? I forgot how long. I've mapped it before, and I forgot exactly how long it took.
29 minutes.
29 minutes about to get out there.
Apartment to that park.
Right. So from Steptoe here, over here to Wawawee, 29, 30 minutes. That's, spottiness at best. Maybe as you get out here closer to the park itself and you get in there, who knows how well your service is going to work. I've not been there. I know people who claim to have been there and claim it's this and that. Cody Johnson from Court TV was out there and his phone service was in and out while he was standing there talking about it. So he talked about that. Um, and notice it's right up on the Snake River. You got your WSU Cougar Crew house. You got a boat landing, the docks. There's pavilions around. There's trails to go hiking. There's some more stuff over here. Over here is one of the trail systems that they have here. It's back over of that one. There's a parking lot back there. Yeah, there it is. So there's a parking area back here that leads off to one of the trail systems here. It's a pretty good. That's a pretty good trail, guys. It goes, pretty good ways around. Was that one of the places he liked to hike a lot?
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lengthy little trail there. And like I said, there's that back parking to get into there. And we heard that this became one of his favorite places quickly, once he moved in. Dolphin must have fell out. Okay, I just wanted to give you guys, if you weren't familiar with where the Wawawee Park was at, in location to where he lived, now you can see that, because that is the alibi that.
Am I back?
Yes.
Oh, do me a favor. Stop moving your map. Can you slide over to show northwest of the park? No, don't zoom in. Zoom out. Zoom back in a little bit more. There's a dam near there. I just saw it. It's along the river. It's called Lower Granite Dam Fish Ladder Visitor Center.
I've seen it on here a long time ago. I can't remember exactly. So there's a couple of visitor centers around here. Hold on, I don't know which one it is at.
It's in that. Oh, there it is. See the purple?
Yeah. Because I've been used to. You could actually get down there and walk around. I wonder if I can
see. There's a helipad. So my point with pointing out that is that it's a military operated dam. When you actually click on it in Google, the website is nwww.usace.army.mil.
Okay. I was just looking at that said log cabin island.
The reason that I bring that up is there's probably a cell tower that would support that. And then there's also
I'm sure you're really. Let me turn you up because I can barely hear you. Let me get you up. Oh yeah, there's probably is a cell site tower around there. There's actually a couple places I've wondered because it's not so super remote that there's not reasons not to have something, right? Because this is not. Gosh, look, there's another place. I went through that place pretty good, and there's some more camping sites all around there. Now, some people, I read reviews, and some people were saying that they did have cell service at some of the campsites. Some said they didn't. I think it's going to depend on where you're at, because the mountain range makes a difference. We learned that in the Delphi case. We talked about that in these documents a few minutes ago. They absolutely do play a part. So depending on how many towers are there and talking to each other and things of that nature, really, the terrain makes a big difference. And that's the crazy part that I don't think a lot of people understand either. And you don't until you start getting into a case that has that in there, and then you start to understand it. Like I said, Mr. Steve went down there to Delphi, and his shit went sketchy, way sketchy. He's like, it had me into somewhere I was not even at. He knew exactly where he was standing. His wife knew exactly where he was standing. But boy, it showed him something different than what he was actually doing. And they had the same type of.
I'd also like to know, though, the people who test, who actually go to that area. I'd also like to know who their provider is, because if the tower is AT&T and he's AT&T, he's going to get priority on that tower higher
Mm-hmm.
priority than somebody from, say, T-Mobile or Verizon or
Yeah,
whatever.
it makes a difference. And if your phone is prepaid versus another, like a contract or whatever, it's how it used to be laid out. They get top service, right, from the top of the tower, and it goes down. Like, say, T-Mobile can have where you pay them a contract, and have all the things, or you can pay and have the prepaid stuff and be at a lower tier. But you're going to get bottom signal versus that upper signal. I've read that in a lot of different articles, and I was like, that was interesting. Something I read a long time ago, actually. So, depending on your service, depending on your phone, all these different things will factor in. But if there's good, even if you got one or two decent, good towers, your phone could still ping and touch. So, if you claim that's what you were doing that night, because he said, right after he moved there, he honed in on Wawawi. It became one of his favorite places. It was still warm at that point, June, July, August, September. As the weather changed and the school year started, his jogging and hiking declined and his drives increased, therefore taking him on these long country drives. And it says that night he went for one of those long country drives that included the Wawawi Park. Alluding to he was out here driving around. And look, you can come right into Colton, get right back on the I-95 and go right back up past Johnson, Washington rather, sorry. Right up past Busby, right back into Pullman. That's your country drive right there. I went out to the park, it's closed, it's cloudy, I go back, I went this crazy way here with no phone and went all the way back out this way, back into town. Or did you just turn around at Wawawi and go right back the way you came? I know where the phone starts. I know where the cameras start spotting that car once it comes back into town on this highway. And then you go and you look and see that Moscow's way over here. Floyd's Cannabis way over here. Wawawi Park way over here. So that's a really long way, guys, from where the state says you are and where you say you are. Right? It's like a whole big ass opposite. It's not like I was even close or I could put myself there, but anything though, I was like, no, nowhere near there. How would they explain that? Especially if all the car stuff is grainy enough that you can't tell particulars and without a doubt kind of thing. Just pretend you can't for a moment. Yeah. So when that phone stops reporting, is the only thing that you can, because the state says the phone stops reporting once it's headed toward Moscow. The defense is saying no, it didn't. It didn't stop reporting until it was headed out toward the Wawawi area, still in Pullman. Let me check on chat. So you guys, and nobody's wanting to chat it up. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. Because I feel like I'm getting tired. I'm about to get off of here. Oh, thank you, Sojoy. That was a nice comment. I appreciate you. Miss Shorty, you out of here. Take care. Yeah, we're about to end this one for the day. Thank you guys for all coming in and hanging out. Sorry, something distracted me outside the window. These documents, when they come down, sir, like I can't spend days going over and over and over and over these roommates and what they did and didn't do, because they didn't cause none of this to happen. You know, the evidence matters in the end. There's no evidence of a cleanup, or I'd be all the hell over it. I'd probably be the first one screaming from the rooftops, but that didn't happen. But these AT&T discrepancies in these phone situations can make it or break it. We just have to be honest. You know, I think that huge sheath is huge. I get it, but I don't know if I've seen jurors let people walk. Casey Anthony. I've seen people get convicted on a whole hell of a lot less, Rick Allen. So anything's possible. This jury could find this guy out. They could. They could. This is not a locked and loaded deal. It's not. We're fools if we think it is. Because think about the jury pool and think about the YouTube.
One person has to find enough reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Create a stalemate. I mean, that's all. So.
I mean, and it takes one hardcore discrepancy, right?
Yeah.
But if you got, it might not even through going over what Cy has said that didn't make any sense or may not seem truthful, right? Haven't even got there yet. May pick that back up tomorrow, and tonight will give me some time to get the really key points. I don't want to bore people to death, and I feel like, yeah, if you're not down for the conversation, I just don't know, you know, suggestions are welcome. If there's a like I've said, if there's a document somebody wants to deep dive out there, let's do it. Because after this, I am moving on to this neuropsychological stuff they got going on, because that stuff's going to be huge as well. There's things being asked to be allowed in court that has never been allowed to be in court before. That stuff interests me, not just
Yeah,
know,
that does sound interesting.
yeah, not just if this guy's guilt or innocent. I go. It's much deeper for me. So I like to look into that stuff as well, and have conversations around all that good stuff. So the crew's just getting home, as you could probably hear something in the background happening. So I'm gonna go and figure out what we're doing this evening for dinner. Let you guys go do the same, because you probably got to do that. All the things that we got to do. Working that much, driving that much, vacuuming at night. I don't know. Any of that neighbor said he vacuumed all the time, but who knows, right? Was twice a week too much? Once a week? Was it an every night thing?
Well, it was the middle of the night, I think, was the issue.
Well, yeah, it's not that much of an issue to me. I get it if you're an apartment dweller, but if you don't normally, if you work all day and you're gone all day and you got class all day, what are the things? You get home, you're a little COD-ish and shit. I got, fuzz on the carpet. I need to vacuum. I'm gonna break out the vacuum and vacuum. But I get it. I honestly do. Let me get rid of this screen and get my.
Plus, I think this kid never lived away from home.
No,
he's
didn't.
never lived in an apartment. He doesn't know what it's like to have somebody above you stomping or making all kinds of noise.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
He didn't know.
He
just
never
making
lived
noise.
anywhere else besides his mom and dad's until he moved to Washington. That was his very first time ever.
Yeah, so I don't think he had any idea he was being disruptive to the
Well,
neighbors.
you got 19-year-old girls that don't know to call the law. You think you got a 28-year-old man who don't know that better than to vacuum in the middle of the night? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It takes all kinds of kinds.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of life experience. What are you going to do? You're going to learn the hard way, right?
Definitely.
Right? You get that neighbor complaining. Yeah, Annie, I held a whole members only live on this last night, Montana. I remember it well. It is a letter from Brian from Montana. There's Montana's in. She says, "Is there a town named that?"
Yeah, there might be. You never know.
I don't know. It could be, but I believe it's Montana, state.
Yeah.
I do, because it's right there by the Idaho line. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Somebody thought that I was basing my Lolo Mountain stuff. This is before the live ever happened. That I thought that picture of Mount Rainier in his parents' home was the Lolo Mountains, and I was basing my whatever I was going to talk about around that. I was like, no, I
That
don't.
picture was like well before that family lived there.
Picture is no count to someone like me. Is a picture of a freaking mountain painted in someone's home. I don't know when it got there. I'm assuming when murals were hot back in the 80s.
Who says it's Mount Rainier too? I don't.
Well, that's what I was told. I didn't study it, to be honest with you. I couldn't tell you what it is. Did Brian walk up and say, "Hey, Mom, Dad, can y'all paint this big ass mural on your wall of this mountain?" And they're like, "Yes, son, that's a good idea."
Yeah,
Okay, good.
but those pictures were when the house was for sale. I forget what year
I
your
know
family bought it.
they were from a realtor's
Because
website.
we saw we closed
Mhm.
in on the bedroom. You could see the wedding photograph, and it was like it was the house was built in 1980, I think, and it's like the decor is all from the 80s. They probably kept the house,
Yeah,
just never
yeah.
redecorated. The 20 years they owned it,
Doesn't
so I doubt it was still there.
even mean that was, but that doesn't. Yeah, those pictures owned it. Those are
Mm-mm.
photos from back when the house was listed one time. It shows all
Yes.
the old decor. Like you just pointed out, those wedding photos, the types of decor that's in the room. I get being old fashioned and all that good stuff, I guess, and having a certain style, but nah, it's not obvious to me. Those were like new photos from within the actual family home as it stands for them. You know what I mean? It was just old stock photos from a website, as all those were. So no, I didn't base my show on Lolo Mountains based off that weird picture that people are telling me is Mount Rainier in his parents' home. I would never do that. I see a mountain in a picture. I'm just going to pull this out of my arse and run with it.
Well, that's what other people do, so that's what they're assuming you're doing, I guess.
Yeah, I'd like to know that because we've heard it forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I can't say that enough. We've heard it. He was an FBI agent. He was an informant. He worked for law enforcement. He was, secret informant on the drug scene there. We've heard all that, but I'd love to know more as to why people think that. And if he was, and now they're railroading him, don't you think he'd say, "Excuse me, I'm about to blow the whistle on every damn one of you. You can't hurt.
Yeah.
You can't hurt me while I'm sitting in here. People gonna know it the second something happens to me. I'm about to tell my attorney every damn thing I know, whether she's one of y'all or not. Taking my chances and rolling the dice, right? So I don't get it. So the theory is he did work for the FBI or an informant situation, and now they are getting him back.
Getting them back.
He knows too much. We got to pin this shit on him. Make it make sense. What? No, no, no. Are you coming in here talking about people are doctoring photos? I don't look at all that stuff. What are y'all talking about? Have you seen any weird photos when it doesn't look like his nose? Are you talking about Brian Koberg or Annie Ruler? Come out of here with all that. No, we're not. We're done. All right, guys. Annie, if you can't back up any of that, hun, I'm sorry. I know I've known you for a long time. I know those theories, and I know them, and you don't have nothing to back them up. Absolutely nothing. That's not his nose. That's not him in the picture. Then what is it? If you want to email me, I'll get you up here and you can tell me all about it. Shit. The text audio does not include whispers from DM. I hear her whisper. That's not what she says, hun. A lot of people have said that.
Yep.
It's not exactly what she says. We've had shows on it. is she passed out? There's a lot of things that are being said, but poor Kaylee isn't exactly one of them. Those were crowdsourced items.
Do you
Just
know where Kaylee is?
do you know where Kaylee is? Yeah, there was a lot of crowdsourcing by a lot of creators going on, trying to get everybody's take on what was said, and they were meshing it all together. I didn't go that route with it, but I've heard a lot of it. It's out there. But yeah. Oh, okay. You're not stating a fact. You're hoping. Yeah, you're hoping. You're hoping. You said they have some. We got some weird pictures out there that ain't got Brian's nose on it. Is that what you're talking about? That's. What do you mean you're hoping, hun? Maybe I'm lost in the conversation. Maybe I am. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you go for the day, for the afternoon. I'm gonna go see if this. I hear it thundering, but I don't think it's raining anymore.
Oh, it's been thundering here for a while.
Yeah, it's been thundering here for a long time now, but it. Oh my goodness! I think I actually see light way over there. It might be starting to clear up here a little bit. It is not raining, but it's the thunder's getting better as it's getting further away. It seems like. I get it, Annie. We know this case stinks to you. It always has.
Yeah, but we're getting more information. I think we really need to read all the documents and see what actual information's in there.
Well, now that it's come out, like everybody screamed for nearly 3 years, it needs to be out there. It's out there, and they don't like what's out there, and that's on them. There's nothing I can do about it.
Most importantly about the documents, instead of listening to other people give their interpretations, you got to read them for yourself and make your own judgment. Read
them,
the
theorize them. I mean, all the things, but don't come in with shit that ain't true.
Yeah.
We're talking about pictures that ain't his nose. I don't get that. Where'd that come from? What's that got to do with anything? The fools out there creating AI stuff, or are you saying the states created phony pictures of Brian Koberger? That's what I need to figure out here. I know YouTube's creating, all of them are. I'm not creating, you will never see this channel create one AI image of Brian Koberger. Ever. I don't see the need to put goofy little hats on him and, worm eyebrows and all the things. I don't see the need in it. His selfie speaks for itself.
We were listening last night to another creator, and I'm not going to say his name because nobody really likes him, but he's got good stuff. But he did a chat GPT thing on all the evidence in this case, and said, is it reliable evidence? I forget all the questions he said, but at the end, it gave a list of all the evidence against him, and the way it worded it, everything, I'm like, boom. I mean, it was so good. So I feel like every show on Idaho 4, we should close out with the whole list of all the stuff, just to remind everybody of, yes, there are questions, there are things that are in question, but look at all this stuff that we do know, and it's a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't need. That's funny. I'd like to. I'll review it for shits and giggles. But
yeah,
people shouldn't need AI to tell them.
Oh, I know. That's true.
Honestly, that's why I don't need to make up an AI image of Brian Koberger. I'm no better than the mainstream media and what Ann's saying we're all doing if I do that.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. It was on Cy-Ray, and it was like, is Cy-Ray reliable or
makes him credible?
And he's like, oh, yes, he's credible. And then he said, well, what about this? And he's like, oh, yeah, you're right to question that, and this is like that. And then basically the summary was like, well, he's not that credible. Like, you know what I mean?
Basically what we've been saying today.
Funny. Yeah, pretty much. But
yeah, basically what we've been saying today. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I mean, some people are, down with all that. I don't feel there's a need for it. I got a lot of good photos of Brian Koberger looking weird enough on his own that I don't need to make fake ones. I'm no better. I know that. I'm talking about that now. I was talking about AI photos to start with.
Oh, okay.
And then we moved into this other thing that they did on AI about the summarizing. That. I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about making thumbnails and doing AI photos of this guy. That's what I said I don't do here. I don't see the reason or the need to put horns on him and to throw big old eyebrow. To me, it's childish. It
Yeah.
feeds the narrative. It makes you look a certain way. It's you're no better than mainstream media. Blah 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 blah. I just, I'm not a fuddy duddy, but I just don't see the reason to do it, and I don't need to. You know, I can pretty much summarize, but I know people have a hard time getting there on their own, and maybe they are the ones that should check out that Chat GTP shit to tell them that, yeah, y'all might be needing to look at your case. Yeah, Annie, we see a lot of things here. Y'all talking about his car mileage and stuff. Yeah, Dolphin was chatting with you guys about that earlier. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go chill out, figure out dinner, all the good stuff. I might be back tomorrow morning. We'll see how things go. What is tomorrow? Is it
Monday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
First.
Oh, tomorrow's the 1st, like April 1st.
No, 31st.
Oh, something happens April. Oh, wait. Karen Reed start on the 1st?
I think Karen Reed and doesn't Lori?
Yeah, I think Lori starts the 1st as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I need to look at like their schedules and see what's up with that. See how I'm gonna do that. Okay, guys. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. Everybody have a wonderful rest of your afternoon and your evening.
Thank you
Good
all
night.
for watching.